专家学者，我们国际公益论坛的下午场第3场论坛即将开始。在这里呢，我们要邀请到台湾公益联盟总会叶志成总会长来担任我们本次专场的引言人，请大家给叶总会长热烈的掌声，欢迎。
With a round of applause, we welcome President Ye Zhicheng, Taiwan Association of Crafts, on stage as our moderator. Can everyone hear me? Right. Director Chen and all of our distinguished guests and passionate friends of crafts, greetings. Today is a rare meeting for everyone to gather to discuss innovative development, a core issue critical to the lifeline of traditional crafts. In the waves of globalization and digitalization, traditional crafts face unprecedented challenges, but they also hold immense potential for transformation and breakthroughs. How to revitalize these techniques, which carry rich cultural heritage in modern society, is the key topic we hope to delve into through this forum. First, we need to start from ourselves for innovation. You can see what we wear, the accessories, the garments that we wear are products of crafts. These are all part of industrial innovation. And industrial innovation comes from what we've heard and felt and seen as we grew up and becomes our style. So that's where the history comes in. And first of all, we will hear from President Qiu Shangjia of China National University of the Arts, who has long dedicated himself to arts education and cultural heritage preservation. His speech challenges and breakthroughs in promoting the cultivation of traditional craft and technical talents will reveal the difficulties faced in talent cultivation and innovative solutions. Next, we cross cultural boundaries to welcome Professor Yuko Fukatsu from Tama Art University, Japan, who will present academic trends of traditional textile and costume in Asia. Professor Fukatsu will guide us through a review and outlook on the development of Asian traditional textiles in contemporary research, highlighting not only the transmission of knowledge but also a deep understanding of cultural contexts. Finally, we will witness how tradition innovates its way to the world. Mr. Kotaro Nishibori, fifth-generation heir of Kyo Wagasa Hiyoshiya in Japan, will present tradition as continuing innovation. Japanese umbrella technology reaches the world. He will share how he combines ancient techniques with modern thinking and market strategies, successfully bringing traditional wakasa to the international stage. Mr. Nishibori's story is undoubtedly the best annotation of innovation as inheritance. So next, we welcome to the stage President Qiu Shangjia of China National University of the Arts to the stage.
Director General Chen.
Director General Chen and our president, our guests, our friends, guests from Japan. Good afternoon, everyone.
It's my great pleasure to be here to share with you some of my thoughts on legacy talent cultivation I have a background in architecture. Maybe we don't think it's related to crafts. However, it's part of the 8 major arts. And architecture, a lot of times, are involved in crafts. Even though I am not an artisan, but in the past few years, I have committed myself to talent development. Therefore, I would like to leverage opportunity to share with you some of my thoughts.
没关系，好，好，那首先呢，我想
First of all, I would like to start my presentation with an anecdote. Last year in September, there was a Control Yuan report on the historical building and heritage sites and archaeological sites preservation and talent fostering challenges. According to the report, there are conclusions and 15 points of recommendations outlined. And one of the recommendation is to establish a systemized cultural heritage talent fostering system. And it's an urgent crisis. And so many of our presenters before me have touched upon this topic a little bit. And when it comes to innovation, it is very important to always go back to your roots, and traditions are critical to that root seeking. And therefore, when it comes to the development and cultivation of traditional talents, legacy talents is very important source before we look for talents for innovation. When it comes to creative industry or creative sector, I often observe that we see lots of creative ideas, but there is a cultural absence. So we cannot really see how that creative ideas are reflected or reflecting our tradition. And also, the Ministry of Culture and Ministry of Education should build a systematic, institutionalized talent cultivation mechanism. And also, there should be training and development programs in place. And this is also relevant to what I'm going to present today. So when it comes to SDGIS, that SDGs, that the Sustainable Development Goals of UN, under item 17, actually there are 169 specific targets. So in modern societies, that our ideas of cultures are quite shallow, and we often overlooked the importance of cultures as we are pursuing economic development in the expense of cultures. In 2013, there are lots of NGOs and citizen society group proposed the importance of a culture. So this will underline the entire concepts of my presentation. So this is the outline of some of my ideas. Therefore, I would like to depart from traditional crafts and techniques and the challenges faced by these 2 areas in terms of talent development and how we can address that. When it comes to talent fostering, people tend to approach it in a very simple way, just to have programs in place or training programs in place, and you can solve it. Well, that's just addressing the surface of the challenge. Before we actually start our discussion about the challenge, I would first like to outline the scope of traditional craft and techniques. When it comes to the core challenges faced by cultural heritage preservation, our Director General this morning has already touched upon these challenges this morning. So we have one area under intangible cultural heritage. Looking back, I would like to take you through a journey of the route we have taken when it comes to cultural heritage preservation. So as early as 1982, we have a Cultural Heritage Preservation Act as a basis for cultural preservation and also to enrich citizens' life, and also as a foundation for to encourage citizens' innovative creativity. And we also have many different amendments to that act. And the transition can actually reflect environment change. For example, we have a very important cutting point that is 1991, which affected deeply the future development. And according to the Cultural Heritage Preservation Act, from as early as 1982, we had a definition of craft as folk art, and to 2005, we have redefined the term as traditional arts, and in 2016, traditional crafts and craftsmanship has become its own independent category, but that leads to another issue. As I said before, under the current Cultural Heritage Preservation Act, it's included, the craftsmanship is included as intangible cultural heritage, so it's intangible. For example, folk art is part of this intangible cultural heritage, and these artisans are the cultural preservers. In the past, they were called as artisans, and then they can actually demonstrate the skills and practice the skills. They are the preservers of these cultural heritage. So when it comes to abstract cultural heritage, how can we preserve these cultural heritage through these people? And in 2005, we have this Cultural Heritage Preservation Act. We follow the example of Japanese act counterpart. We also preserve those technique holders. So we have the techniques for tangible techniques and also intangible techniques. It was mentioned this morning that in addition to the techniques, we also have tools, we have materials for these traditional crafts. And those people who manufacture tools and manufacture these materials, they are of the same importance. And how can we really preserve the entire ecosystem? In the interest of time, I cannot give you a very detailed outline of the entire process, but I can give you a very brief overview that when it comes to the technique preservation, we preserve and conserve these cultural heritage, which cover both tangible and intangible heritage. In order to preserve these artisans, in order for them to be categorized as preservers, conservators, they need to demonstrate that they are equipped with these techniques, and they can also pass on the legacy and transfer the knowledge and also make these know-hows publicly available. Therefore, when it comes to culture preservation, we don't want to put them away. We want to expose them to public's eye. Therefore, when it comes to the preservation, we have another part that we need to address. That is the heritage sites conservation and repairment. We need to have these traditional craftsmen involved. So that is the traditional artisans concept. So like I said before, from 1982, to the point that we really value the importance of traditional artisans, or those people who have the traditional craftsmanship techniques. It was until year 2000 that we amended the law to really include these artisans into the law, and we also outline in detail the work they need to do. The most exemplified example is year 2001, these procurement acts regarding heritage sites repairment. So we have these, and in that act, our traditional artisans are included in these regulations and articles, which reflect, for example, a lot of crafts that should be repaired, and we need to have these artisans involved because they own these traditional techniques and skills. And when it comes to cultural preservation, it is very important because without these people, all the crafts art we're only going to be able to preserve from the cultural elements from our own roots. So when it comes to craft, in English, the word craft definition involves a very important element, that is making things by hand. The importance of hand is emphasized in this definition. Therefore, when it comes to technique, that is about a skill carried out by hand. Therefore, that is part of the core spirit of craftsmanship.
And coming back to this morning, Director General mentioned that when we talk about the abstract, we need preservers to preserve this. So far, we have 100 living national treasures, and there are about 271 that are recognized by local governments and 29 recognized by the central government, a total of 300. And right now we're doing a master apprenticeship to pass on the crafts. I talked to a lot of people and we discuss apprenticeship is different from training. Apprenticeship is training a person for inheritance. So when we talk about inheritance, we're talking about someone to succeed this craft. For training, we want more people to work in this field, so it's very different. And in addition to traditional craft, we also need to preserve the skills. And so far, we have about 76 people who are considered important preservers, and they fall under different categories. For example, we have woodworking, painting, and carving flowers and things, these which overlap, which shows that when they are in the work of cultural heritage preservation, a lot of the categories overlap. And coming back to what I said earlier on, in terms of the cultural heritage preservation in Taiwan, the majority is architecture and monument restoration, and we need these traditional craftsmen. And these are people who possess these traditional skills, and they need to restore these buildings. In addition to the structures, there are also decorations that has to do with crafts. So far, we have about 900 or so according to our current regulations. But is it enough to meet our current demand? Because these 900 people include those that have passed on. So far, we have not removed these deceased craftsmen from the list. So it looks like we have 900 people, but a lot of them are over 81 years old, which means we can only count the people that are under 76 years old who are possibly still living and still working in this line of work. So when we see this number, when we see the figures, we know why we need to introduce the middle generation and the new generation to this line of work. Otherwise, the crafts are dwindling, and we are losing our traditional craftsmen. And this cultural loss is the most important issue. But exactly what are we missing? We are facing the fact that these people need to, we need these people to have work to do. And what does it mean to have work to do? So far, we have so many, for example, cultural heritage preservation or people who need restoration that requires traditional technology. Can these people innovate? How do we introduce people to work how do we match them to the work that require them? That is what we need to think about. So how do we guarantee that they have work to do? is an issue that we're facing right now. I often joke and say that in the past, we have these craftsmen. In the past, these people are considered worker or laborers. If you're willing to learn, you become an apprentice. And if you're willing to learn and do it, then you can become a good laborer in the labor. And in the future, you can be a craftsman. And you can be considered a master in this line of work. But what we're really seeing right now is people don't value skills that require hand. So these are people that are less valued. So in our traditional society, we have a phrase called 奥趣, which means people who are the first line in these first line works that gets their hand dirty. We call them the black hands. Getting your hand dirty in these days, especially in our modern society, is something young people are not willing to do. So when we see 奥趣, when we hear 奥趣, we hear it's something that is not valued. When we talk about 3D industry, not 3D printing, but dirty, dangerous, and difficult or demeaning or demanding. These are what we call the 3D work. And unfortunately, a lot of the crafts that we do, for example, glassware, is very difficult and very dangerous. So a lot of people are not willing to do that type of work. And with the decrease of birth rate, last year we only increased 130,000 people. This year the number is going to be much lower, which shows that if we are going to build traditional crafts into an industry, we are really going to lack talent. And if you are not in the creative industry, you're working in minimum wage, faced with lots of other different jobs, why don't you do something else? Because I would rather be an Uber driver and deliver things, and I can make just as much. So it's a change of values. And also, we are facing a change of population structure. We have more and more of the aging laborers. In the future, how do we include these aging laborers in our talent training and labor employment? So we have issues that we need to solve in terms of talent fostering. We continue to foster talents, but how are we helping these talents to choose the right work or help the industry to choose the talent that they need, which shows the problems we're facing in terms of talent fostering. We talk about sustainability, and sustainable development is also important for talent fostering. A lot of the times we have a myth in terms of talent fostering. We think that just take an hour of work or one-time training and you can solve all of the problems. Or even if you think you be trained once and then you can immediately perform extraordinarily. A lot of the organizations or institutes are providing talent training courses, but is that enough? Is training enough to foster talents? In the past, we have had many training courses. So I've listed, for example, starting from 1990s to date, we've done lots of, for example, craftsperson survey for monument and historic building restoration, or we did trainings But what are the results we can see in the end? These are in vain because after we train them, they leave and we are unable to keep them. The reason for this is because talent fostering is just like it's very, very difficult. It's not something you can do overnight, and it's very difficult to accumulate results. So talent fostering is very important, but we're talking about traditional skills. We need to establish the knowledge system of traditional knowledge. I've met a lot of these traditional masters, but they don't know how to teach or how to share their knowledge. So this is a problem we're facing. And now we have the mentor and protege, the apprenticeship. In the past, there used to be these relationships, but nowadays it doesn't exist anymore. So I think these are some of the main problems we're facing in terms of talent fostering. And of course, there are also, in the interest of time, there are still many other issues that I can't go into details. So whether it's the public departments or educational institutes, we need to build the environment. We need to build the frame. You need to solve the systematic problems. You need to solve the periodic problems. And we need to come up with solutions from the policy side, the legal side, and the practical side. I teach students, and students graduate, and they go on. If there are no policy that works with the legislations that also ties in with the practical aspects, then we can't really keep them. Let's look at the number of our historic buildings. We have over nearly 3,000 historic buildings. If we can fix 100 of them, restore 100 of them, it will take 30 years to restore all of them. And after you've restored them, you need to start restoring them again. So there are really need for the talents, but we need to build the industry to keep them. So what can we do? Well, I've only touched on the traditional skills. This is an overall ecosystem. And how can these people communicate with one another, build a dialogue between them? That can be crucial for talent fostering. So, for example, in the past, we focus on training them. We give them a training course of a few number of hours, and we call it training, but we did not provide them the platform to perform on. And if the Ministry of Education decides to start certain departments in universities, but there are no jobs for them to enter into, then it's no use. So we also need to host competitions for them to learn from one another and even to compete with one another. And for these people, the government should become a platform to help these people find work. So talent fostering is not just fostering talent. We need to we need to create job opportunities for them. In the past, we've done lots and lots of trainings, but we've never progressed past that. And what do we do to, for example, this is an industry, it's an occupation. How do I stipulate regulations for them to follow? And that regulation will be a foundation for them to build or to introduce talents, or we call them the occupational functionality, a competency. How do we start categorizing them and to build these occupational competency, to build trainings and to build systems and eventually build a cycle. So right now, we are not building a formal training system. How do we formalize it and take them into schools and to guarantee that they have work? These are all things that we're trying to do. In the past few years, I've helped the Bureau of Cultural Heritage build a base in Taichung Cultural Park, and this is what we've been trying to do. It has to do with training masters and craftsperson for historic building restoration. How do we help them build and accumulate experiences to see the beauty of these skills and everything around it?
相对应的，
Correspondingly, in the system, like I said before, from the podium to the stage to the battle ring and to a platform, we need to develop all these parts of the system. So, like I said before, this is just the first step. How do we enrich and make the entire ecosystem more comprehensive and robust are our future challenge. Therefore, from informal education to formal education, this is my goal I've been working toward to, and that is definitely my challenge and my responsibility. And this goes hand in hand with the tertiary education challenges faced by Taiwan. We need to have more people joining us to pull our brain together, especially in the face of low birth rates. And we need to also address this issue with government's policy. For example, the third university of life, that is the lifelong education for those retired people. Maybe we can, again, enlist these talents. So we need to have the upstream and downstream efforts work in concert, in concert and in synergy, so one person can travel very fast. However, a group of people can travel very far. When especially that is true for craftsmanship preservation. So it sounds like a mission impossible. However, if we have more people joining us on board, anything is possible. So this is our commitment, and we want to carry this out with stubbornness. As long as we seize the day and do what we can step by step, we can definitely see good results. Thank you, President Cho. Now we are going to welcome Professor Yuko Fukazu. Yuko Fukazu is going to talk about academic trends of traditional textile and costume in Asia. Please join me to welcome Professor Fukazu.
Remember, if you turn over, the translators cannot hear you. So try to speak to the microphone or you hold it.
本日はこのような素晴らしいフォーラムで
Good afternoon, everyone. It is my great pleasure to be able to take part in this International Craft Forum. Today, I'm going to talk about academic trends of traditional textile and costume studies in Asia. Now in Asia, in this region, we have a lot of traditional textile and some of the sustainable arts. How do we fuse them together and also make sure that they can continue as part of the legacy for the future? that is my topic today. A little bit about myself. My name is Yuko Fukatsu. Currently, I am teaching at the Tama University. And I also, in addition to my academic research, I also write and publications about textiles. And also I work with fine arts museums to research and study textiles. I have been working in this field for quite a long time. And also I have been researching modern craftsmanship in textile and costumes in art museums and research institutions across Japan. And also, I have conducted research on traditional Taiwanese indigenous costumes, and also study the compare the indigenous textiles from Taiwan and its relevance to Japan. So this is the outline of my topic today. According to the field research I have done in the past, I would like to give you the overview of the traditional textile culture to sustainable design in Japan. So Taiwan passed this Cultural Heritage Preservation Act a little bit earlier than Taiwan. According to Japan also worked together with UNESCO to preserve these cultural heritage. One of the features is that we preserve not only tangible but also intangible cultural properties or heritage. We preserve not only the techniques but also the objects. And also, we hope we can apply the knowledge from this cultural heritage to modern life and also drive sustainability, which also echo the SLOHA's theme of our forum today. This is the distribution of areas of traditional Japanese textiles and also the products of these efforts. So this is not only cultural heritage, but also a rich source of tourism. And we can see a wide distribution across different parts of Japan. So today, I am going to talk about this star-highlighted area. So from a very long time ago, they are very, very famous for their textile industry. And so they use these material from Edo period. And this is the reproduction of traveler's coat from late Edo period. So this is called katsu cloth or kuzu cloth. Kuzu means actually grass. So it's actually a combination of different grass or wheat plants. Uses fiber to produce the coat for travelers. So we studied all the techniques of these traditional kuzu cloth. So from left to right, we have the 3rd century techniques and all the way to modern day revolution or evolution of katsu techniques. And this technique was used in China in a very early era. So we can see that these katsu has been preserved all the way to modern day in modern day Japan. However, we now only have Shizuoka Prefecture that still preserve the plantation of kudzu. However, during the Edo period, we saw the kudzu plant being cultivated very widely. And also many of our samurais in the past used kudzu for their costumes. It's not very common today because after the Meiji era, that the samurai stopped to use these kudzu for their cloth making. And kudzu was applied to any other areas. For example, in White House in the United States, we have seen some of the artworks use kudzu. And now in 21st century, as we are emphasizing the importance of sustainability, therefore, in Shizuokashi Prefecture, in this prefecture, we have in the Kagegawa city, we have people using kudzu to make their business cards. Therefore, we want to promote use of kudzu, not only for cloth making, but also for different materials. For example, you can turn kudzu into tea or use kudzu to make other materials for or business cards. So business card is a very good example of kudzu application, and also other corporate use kudzu to make their envelope, and also Yamaha, this company, also use kudzu to produce their business cards. To the left, we have the SoftBank. In addition to envelopes, they also use kudzu to make business cards, and local elementary and junior high schools would use kudzu to produce their graduation certificates. And in order to expose younger generation to kudzu, so they can learn about these fiber of kudzu, we work together with local universities. And then so these students can actually go to Shizukawa, and they can grow kudzu together with local farmers, and then cultivate and collect the fiber from kudzu, so they can experience entire circle of kudzu production. And so these university students, they can innovate with kudzu and to find other innovative ways application. For example, students' proposal include making necktie with kudzu, because kudzu used to be made in the traveler's coat for samurai. So it's very ideal for men. So for our city hall staff, they can also use kudzu made neckties as part of their uniforms. And also by working together with the Tama University faculties, I have driven this proposal in year 2018 in the United States. We worked together with an art gallery to use kudzu cloth to produce some textiles. And it was, for example, we have the wall cloth, or we use kudzu to turn them into fabric to make cushion pillows. And this is another artwork displayed in New York, and also now it's on display in Kakegawa City. This is inside Kakegawa City Mayor's office. They also use kudzu fabric cushions. And also this picture on this slide, you see actually the wallpaper is made from kudzu cloth. And also, we want to support these artisans. Therefore, kudzu can be used for artistic projects. So we asked them to share a little bit of kudzu with us, and we combine them with other materials to make these projects. So these are different Japanese painting and oil painting works by Tama University students to make these kudzu artworks. So we want to combine traditional craftsmanship together with modern art forms, so we can increase the visibility of kudzu, and that can demonstrate the power of art. This is the kind of message we convey in education circle. And in recent years, in many regions of Asia, we want to also study how the legacy is preserved of textiles across the region. So I would like to talk about Thailand, Indonesia, Cambodia, and Taiwan, the field works, and also the results of our field works. First, starting with Indonesia, with this batik. To the picture at the bottom, you can see the photos of batik in the process of making. So it's like a wax, a source and element to help to dye the fabric. In the year 2009, it was listed as the Intangible Cultural Heritage by UNESCO. So this is the most representative textile made in Indonesia. And artisans in different regions in Indonesia, they also have different techniques, and these techniques are highly appreciated. And Indonesian people also feel that batik is the most iconic way to present their lifestyle, to represent their lifestyle. Now, we can see that it also ikat. Ikat is also another very important textile of the same importance to batik. It is used in traditional rituals on Bali Island. So they use the different techniques to weave these ikat. So in 1990s, I actually visited this island for the first time. I saw this picture. This lady was the only one person who know how to make and weave ikat. However, in 2010, I visited this place again. I observed a big transformation. So the local government felt that cleansing is actually a important resource for tourism. Therefore, 3 years ago, I visited this Indonesia island, and we saw the entire family devoted themselves back to bring back the pairing Singan technique.
バンコク
Next, we see this is in Bangkok in Thailand. Northern Bangkok, there are actually a lot of indigenous people, and they have their dyeing and textile craft. In recent trends, we can see there are a lot of Western trends have affected their designs. So you can see, for example, on the left-hand side, this lady has learned dyeing from the United States and from UK. So she has returned to Thailand to use some natural resources and traditional raw materials and some new designs to produce their own products. So you can see there's on the right-hand side, there's a Brazilian participating in the biennial and held a workshop nearby. We can see a lot of interactions like this. In Thailand, they take traditional crafts to converge and merge with new trends and new designs. And this is in eastern north Thailand, a place called Paf, where there's a place called Prech, and we can see this person is called Prech, and in Phra this person used to produce things that have to do with the royal family. In addition to preserving traditional crafts supported by the royal family, this person is a collector. So if we want to dye in traditional colors, this person has a lot of collections for us to reference and to come up with new designs. And next we can see this is in Cambodia, a place called Siem Reap. And we can see in Japan there used to be the Yuzen weaving, and there is a person called Kiku Morimoto, master, who from the Institute of Khmer, he developed a forest for people to live in this forest and to build up a weaving community. Of course, in Cambodia, there are government resources, but in this community, forest community, it allows local people to combine their lives with their livelihood. For example, this mother can come here to work, and she can bring her children with them. So this production is combined with their local life. This is a very sustainable way using organic materials. It's developed by the local people for the local people, inheriting traditional designs, and we hope that they can create new designs by contemporary weavers. In addition to inheriting the traditional skills, we hope that they can come up and create new patterns and new designs. And here, thirdly, we want to look at from the art perspective how traditional art can share the traditional cultures. This is a co-project by Furen Catholic University and Dhamma Art University, and you can see from the photographs here, I started a research group and we built a database which we collected a lot of patterns by the local and traditional arts. We started from the 1970s and started researching this at Tama Arts University. Of course, in the past, there could be manuscripts and videos and images, but now we may have videos and even some digital data. And after digitization, we are able to analyze the patterns. Here with Fujian University, we did some research, and you can see this is the campus of Fujian University, and we looked at how indigenous peoples of Taiwan use culture and merge culture into their weavings. In the middle picture is our meeting, and on the right-hand side is from the Fujian University Sister Romari, and she contributed greatly to our research to see how the Monyo arts is applied to indigenous people's cultures. And research like this is very important to universities. This was our exhibition at Fujian University in March, and we brought this exhibition back to Tama Art University in May. It's a joint exhibition, so we call it a Taiwanese Contemporary Monyo Arts Exhibition, and it's about indigenous people's Monyo and how we recorded them and how they were created, and we built a database of it. We hope to use this to observe the contemporary lives of indigenous peoples, and we're hoping to look at the conversions of indigenous cultures and modern cultures to create something new. And over the years, these are the results of our co-research between the two universities over the years, whether it's in terms of education or our research. We've all contributed somewhat, and these are our exhibitions. You can see this is the exhibition in March at Fujian University. The materials used were very varied, and it embodied indigenous people's lives, and we invited the creators to come and interpret for us. You can see there are a lot of little patterns, and these are the patterns that were created by university students in their classes. We now have some applications that can generate these patterns so that students in Taiwan and Tama Arts University, they may be inspired, and using our application, they will be able to generate new patterns. This research is funded by the Science Council in Japan. We're looking at how we can contribute back to the society through reinforcing the students' design capability and their creative capability to contribute back to the society. And this is us bringing the exhibition back to the Tama Arts University. Over 7 days, we brought in over 800 visitors. This is our entrance. Starting from this page, we see some of the contributors and the artists. For example, this is a Bunun artist, Mr. Chen Dongming. He used to make only potteries that can be used in daily life, but once they become art pieces, it carries strong messages, and he was also very helpful in our field research. In our Mr. Dian talked about the Bunun worldview and the past history, and passed on messages hoping for world peace in the future, so we can see how traditional culture and art can become a medium for their message. And this is also a Bunun artist, Mr. Chen Junhong. He used to do Buddhist sculptures, and then he was exposed to indigenous cultures. Now he became a member of the Bunun later on. Unfortunately, he passed away before we concluded our project. And currently, his works can be found in Qishan Gallery. This is Mr. Li Wenguang, also a Bunun member. He created mostly from his memories of his childhood and from his culture. And you can see his works carry a very rustic style, but a lot of message. And this is Chen Ali, the Ali Sogluman of the Bunun people. She now works on preserving the traditional costumes of the indigenous peoples, but modern textile materials are used because it's very difficult to find the traditional textiles. In the past, they can use organic plant materials, but now they can only use chemical fiber. In the past, they start from dyeing to weaving, but now it's very difficult for them to do that, so they can only use commercial products to try to make the patterns that they want, to weave the patterns that they want. This could also be seen as innovation. And this is Yan Yuying of the Kavalan. She is a living national treasure. She uses banana fiber, and this textile is very important to the Kavalan people. Is also a very important economic crop in Japan. Okinawa, they also use banana fiber as textile. And this is a teacher of Fujian University who recreated the traditional costumes worn by the Adayal people during their wedding ceremonies. This creator is an artist is called Yuma Daru. She is a very important person that has been recognized as important traditional craft preserver in Taiwan. These were not preserved in the past. Now you can only find in museums. And the problem is indigenous peoples, they don't even have these things preserved anymore. And these are not indigenous artists, but other craftspersons that have worked with us. For example, Mr. Zhang Senyang, who's also here today. Mr. Zhang Senyang excels in lacquer ware and work and use the materials and is specialized in the research of materials that are used by indigenous peoples. And this is from the NTCRI, Mr. Chai Ti Zhi. This is the side of a bowl that tells of a mythology. And for these students, these are all very impactful. And this is very colorful patterns. It's a print textile designer, Christopher Z. Pinto, born in Brazil. These works were also used as the main image for our exhibition this time. The colors are very strong and the messages are very strong. For example, the past indigenous cultures, and it's being reconstructed in the modern society. There are many different cultures that are reconstructed in modern society, and that's what he's trying to tell through his prints. And these two are young designers and researchers. Jiang Bigna is from Korea and Chen Pengyu from Taiwan. These two are currently in Japan working as artists. And on the left-hand side is exhibited in summer 2004 with Chen Dongming it was created last summer, and after she returned to Japan, she further polished and finished this piece. She was also exposed to a lot of indigenous cultures while she was in Taiwan. So she really appreciated indigenous peoples in her works. And on the right-hand side is a work by Ms. Chen Pengyu. And this is dyed with betel nut, which is an important essence of indigenous cultures in Taiwan. And so we see they use a lot of technology or designs to combine them into an artwork that really sends a lot of messages. And this is our last page, our conclusion. In Asia, including Japan and Taiwan, the unique characteristics of regional folk costumes are being reinterpreted and passed down, and these traditional crafts are evolving further. So, for example, including our local skills, local ideas, these are very important in traditions, but we are trying to preserve these things so that we can combine them sustainably with modern technology. But a lot of these organic materials cannot be obtained anymore, not just in Taiwan, in Japan. It's the same around the world, so we can only use non-organic materials, for example, banana fiber. A lot of indigenous cultures use these materials. Perhaps we can find a way to solve these problems. And I believe that in the past, whether it's designers or artists, we should build a network to help one another and communicate with one another. And I look forward to this platform, to this forum becoming such a platform. Thank you.
教授精彩的演讲。
Thank you, Professor Fukatu, for your fantastic presentation. Now we would like to welcome Mr. Kotaro Nishibori, the Kyo Wagasa Japanese traditional craft Hiyoshiya's 5th generation heir. Please join me to welcome Nishibori-san.
Okay, hello everybody. I'm Kotaro Nishibori.
Hello, everyone. I am Kotaro Nishibori. I am very pleased to be able to be invited to take part in this forum.
And the wonderful presenter and the audience. I feel very honored to sharing my idea with you through my presentation. I'm going to speak in English, but some of the video in the presentation in only Japanese. I hope the interpreter can translate the right way. So today, everybody is really talking about how to preserve and how to continue in the traditional craft, the culture to the next generation, I think. So my presentation, I hope you to think about what is the value of tradition. What is the meaning of tradition? Hope to think about this topic with me. Okay, first of all, let me explain a little bit about myself. I'm the just 5th generation of the traditional craft called Kyo Wagasa Hiyoshiya. And today we have Mitamura Sensei, the 10th generation. What a wonderful family. So I'm just half of it, but we also the only one, the craft studio, who are still producing traditional umbrella called Wagasa. Today, I have one sample. So this is the things which my family, actually my wife's family, continued to producing 5th generation, so over 160 years. So it's made of bamboo leaves and covered by washi paper. And I think it's a really beautiful product, and I think I really like this product. But unfortunately, we're not really using this kind of umbrella anymore in Japan. If you come to Japan, maybe you will be disappointed. There is no more samurai, no more geisha. But we have to continue this product. So my studio is located in the middle of Kyoto City. And we are producing rain and sun umbrella, but also the right-hand side is a big parasol, kind of. We call it Nodate Gasa for tea masters. So this is a kind of parasol for tea ceremony. Oh, by the way, the lady in blue in the right-hand side photo was the Queen Elizabeth II. So our kind of product is used for traditional ceremony, something like a very specific their location. We're really proud of continue to this product, but there is a very, very limited product now. So people are not using anymore in the normal lifestyle. So this is a big question. Not only my umbrella factory, but also most of the traditional, I think, studios. So when I succeeded this studio, I set up the new concept of my studio, which is tradition is continuing innovation. So nothing born to be traditional thing from the beginning. So it must be something very new technology or creative idea, something quite useful in that and on that time. But after time being, so everything is really changing, especially for nowadays, it's really rapidly. So I hope to show you the idea. The tradition is continuing innovation. And I also play one video to explain about what is our technique and what is the new activity that we are trying to do. So this is all in Japanese.
和傘の歴史は1000年以上あります。日吉屋は京和傘の老舗として5代160年以上にわたりその伝統を受け継いできた現存する唯一の京和傘製造元です。私は西堀幸太郎と言います。日吉屋の5代目として160年以上続く京和傘の伝統を守って現在に至ります。和傘は主に自然素材でできております。一本の和傘は一本の竹を割った骨組みからできております。和紙、竹、木などの素材を一本一本丁寧に綿糸でつなぎ骨組みを作ります。そして数十枚の手すき和紙を型紙から切り出し自然の自家製の糊で貼り合わせて一本の美しい和傘が完成します。和傘の天日干しを行っているときに和紙や竹の骨組みを通して太陽の光を透かしてみると大変美しいことに気がつきました。その時この美しさを照明器具に使えるんではないか、そんな風に考えつき今の小鳥というデザインランプのコレクションを開発するに至りました。このデザイン照明で多くの国内海外のデザイン賞を受賞することができました。日本の伝統工芸の美しさや技術が今の時代においても十分自分たちの生活の中で使えるんではないかと、そんな風に再認識されたんではないかと思います。伝統を守りながら革新を続け、今の時代のお客様に合った商品を作る。いつの日かこの新しい商品が次の伝統工芸になることを夢見て毎日仕事に取り組んでいます。
So this is what we doing right now. So and also I'd like to a little bit explain about the history of umbrella in Japan. So this is ukiyo-e print in Edo period, 400, 500 years ago. So this print was it's a woodblock print. It's hand print in the drawing. So there were no internet, no smartphone, no SNS. So that was the only information technology can distribute the latest trend to the customers. So that was the kind of fashion magazine, like a Vogue magazine. So people, the lady in the drawing, I think that they were not thinking about carrying the traditional product overhead. They must be thinking about they're really fashionable, really trendy, and looks so nice. So that was a new fashion item at that time. And we still continue the same method, same material, and same technique to the still over the generations. And my family called Hiyoshiya, my studio called Hiyoshiya, the founder, a little bit too old, it's 160 years old, so there are no photo. But second generation Yosajiro, so he was quite successful at that time. I heard from the grandmother that at that time we had 50 craftsmen over, and we have a branch, and that was really, he was quite rich at that time. But after that, the third generation Isaburo, and the fourth Emiko, and the fifth me, my generation. So what happened at that time? We are really almost bankrupt, my previous generation, because this graph chart is showing that the number of production of not only my studio, whole Japan, the traditional umbrella, production. So it's 14 million pieces, it's quite a lot per year. But after the 1970s, so it's almost zero now, because lifestyle dramatically changed after especially from after the World War II, because Japanese society becoming more like a modernized, and people start wearing the more Western clothes, living in the Western lifestyle, and forgetting about our traditional cultures. So the traditional product, I can say, Wagasa, who is the customer? It's mainly for traditional performers, or the shrines, or the tea ceremony masters, or the Buddhist temples. So it's a very special occasion only. So that is the truth. So, and maybe you can think about umbrella. What umbrella is for? Mainly for, maybe people think it's for rain, maybe for sun, I think. But from the beginning, so the umbrella was imported in Japan 1,000 years ago with Buddhism. So at that time, there is a Buddha. Buddha is not wearing the umbrella for sun or rain. That is a kind of amulet, something very protection for something from the evil, protect something holy person. So that was the ancient umbrella. It's not for rain and sun. After the development, somebody in the past, in the history, the craftsman in the history, tried to develop the new product, a nice product, beautiful product, more functional product. There is so many invention and innovation. And then it became a very fashionable, trendy, functional umbrella in Edo period, after 400 or 500 years ago. But I mentioned again, so there is no more samurai era, so we have to do something, but based on the traditional technique. So this is what we are trying to do. So now more than 50 or 60% of turnover from my company is come from interior decoration, mainly for lighting products. So the umbrella was the holy amulet, became the rain gear, then now is the interior decoration. So that is a kind of, the history of umbrellas. So everybody in this forum is really mentioning about how the difficulty of the facing to the traditional craft people. My studio was also same. So when I succeeded my wife's family business, our turnover per year is like just $10,000 per year. So it cannot be survived. So that is the reason why the previous generation decided to quit. But I found out the beauty of umbrella because I was an outsider because I got married with my wife and discovered this traditional beauty, then joined the family and try to succeed. I believe that at that time there must be some value because it's simply beautiful. It's very nice. It's handmade. Wow, everybody say, wow, it's nice. But why it's so difficult? Because the development was stopped in 20, 30, 40, 50 years. Then the lifestyle is changed, market changed, of course. So we must adapt somehow, just exactly what our previous ancient craftsmen tried to do. So this is what exactly we need. So of course the development to whom this product? For current and future customer and client, right? So even yourself, sometimes I have a question, okay, how I can use my product, where, when, and how the customer can satisfy or feel happy about our product. And I really prefer the natural material, of course, bamboo and paper. It looks nice and nice texture. But even for paper was new material in few hundred years ago, you know. So every time it's really must have some development. So, but after time being, it becoming new thing became to the normal common commodity product. Then after some time being, the people start to forget about it. So we must somehow to adapt. So I'm quite open-minded to try something new, idea, new design, new materials. Even my studio can use a 3D printer, same time with a handmade paper. Why it's not so bad, I think. If it's necessary, if you think it's a good way, if it's the better production or better innovation to the customer, I think I feel happy to do it. So for development, of course, you can develop anything. And if I can say, okay, now in the market, there is IT or robotics or smartphone, et cetera, there must have the new market. It's a big money, maybe. But I have no knowledge about the development of the AI, robotics, and even for smartphone. So whatever the product going to be, it should be based on our the traditional knowledge or technique and know-how. Otherwise, we lose our identity. The other way. So this writing collection I developed in 2006, actually. 2006, which means already 19 years ago. So it is not new anymore, I guess. But this is a kind of something like an umbrella. Actually, I have also another umbrella here. So this is the same techniques, material with this traditional umbrella. But the difference is it still can open and close like an umbrella. The difference is open this tube shape. So it's exactly the left-hand side photo. So it can be open and closed like an umbrella. Usually nobody surprised when the umbrella can open and close. But everybody, most of the case, feel something like something new if the writing product can move or open and close. So it's same material technique, but a different design, different applications. So it can be open like an umbrella. It's like a pop-up writing. And I start to exhibit my product abroad since from 2008. And I met the different creator. Actually, the previous one was collaborated with a Japanese writing designer. And this one is we developed with a German-oriented the designer called Jo Gessner. So it is another idea. And I don't say I can use only natural material. So in the past, he or she was produced Western style umbrella in the past. So it's more like an industrial, but we still keep the open close system of came from the traditional umbrellas. And not only for writing, this is a collaboration with Kengo Kuma and Associates. It's a famous architect. So it is maybe this one. So this is umbrella. It's kind of like a football. It's joined and become kind of a tent. And as I showed the photograph with Queen Elizabeth, it's a big tea ceremony parasol we made. So it's the same system about this lighting product. It's a kind of pop-up tea house. It's a big one, or mobile. Then we also developed the more modern design. Well, it's like between the Western and Japanese umbrella together. It's like the design umbrella for normal use, or even for Wagasa dress for Paris Design Week with a fashion designer. So maybe you think before my presentation, umbrella is for rain, but can be writing, can be the dress, can be the architect, etc., etc. So this is also latest window decoration with the architect, and we got the Red Dot Gold Grand Prix. This window decoration slightly moves because the umbrella can open and close, right? So we can show the beauty of movement and beauty of structure. It's a Shiseido. And my main business now is really more focused on for interior decoration. So we do a lot of FFE product. And what we can produce the value, what we can add the value to the interior decoration is belong to our material technique, but also story behind. So Japan has a long history, more than 1,000 years history, right? We have 4 seasons, so which means that our kind of traditional craftsman was, still is, living with the natural environment. So we used wood, paper, or urushi lacquer, whatever the material was only natural material before. So we using that one and to make a product, right? So nowadays people think about, really do care about sustainability, natural environment, and heartwarming story for handmaids. So this is the promotion video when we use for the sales our interior material to the architect and interior designer. And nowadays, I am working not only my studio, but also other traditional craftsman studio, who is making the paper, who is making the urushi lacquer product, or furniture, etc. And I combine all the natural material technique and producing quite the updated contemporary design with our partners. So story behind and also the natural material is simply very beautiful. It's already have value, I think. And the techniques, everybody mentioned that it's have a long time to be trained. So it really should be really preserved. So this is my studio. I train the younger generation. Now we have 5 to 6 for the craftsman studio, craftsman department. And we are total 26 or 7, including all the design and the development parts. So that is one of the case of the hotel project, which we participated in 2007. And this is the hotel in Kyoto, focused on bamboo materials. And this is the Ritz-Carlton Kyoto. If you have a chance to come to Kyoto, please go there. It's kind of a showcase to collaborate all kinds of Japanese traditional craft. Urushi paper, Nishijin textile, everything combined with a really nice interior design. So we can show to the customer that the value of sustainability, including the story behind and the history of the craft industry. So we do a lot for the lighting product in my studio. So this is the Ritz-Carlton Kyoto. But this is also Udon Craftsman. This is our studio. And the one model which we developed with the German artist in the past. And all other the decoration, including Nishijin textile, wood carving, urushi, and etc. So Hiyoshia is now interior design studio. We have 2 interior designers in-house, And we also outsource a network of architect and interior designers to create the really modern but really culture full valuable space design to the customer, to the hotel owners or private residents and restaurant and inside of Japan and outside of Japan too. This is Aman Resort. They are also really nice. Their concept is really close to the nature. So we do all the bamboo, paper, wooden product, furniture in that hotel. And this is Hilton Groups. It's all same. So using the same technique, same material, but a different application. Then we could be more profitable and we could sell the product more higher price. Because, you know, when we can survive, we need to be paid, and well paid, actually. So, because the traditional craft mainly is not really machinery, more like it's not really industrial, which means that really limitation of the numbers of production. It must be very small, which means that it must be very high price. Otherwise, we cannot continue. So this is one nice collaboration between the hand-weaved craftsman from France and also the Japan side. It's an international collaboration. It's a Uniqlo Paris La Samaritaine shop. If you go to Paris, please go and check. It's a big textile collaboration production between the both countries. So my company produced this project. So it's a black and white opposite, but so we have the headquarters in Kyoto, second floor is the workshop, and showroom, 2 showrooms, and showroom and office in Paris and Tokyo. And our partners, the showroom is in New York and also Singapore. So we are doing very niche market, but we're quite internationally. And this is also collaboration between my studio and the local bank in Kyoto. So we cooperate with the bank, and really they help support us to push the development and the sales network and human resources, of course, the financial background support too. They are very strong, actually. So we are supporting, I forgot the numbers, it's more than 20 textile weavers, and all the material for interior decorations and architectural use, like wallpaper or furniture finishing, sample, etc. So again, we are started, of course, our origin is umbrella studio, but we step into the interior product, mainly for lighting. Then I expanded not only for lighting, but also interior decoration, all kind of. And also we established the Hiyoshia Craft Laboratory. This is a kind of private institute, a consulting company to support other Japanese, not only Japanese, but other craft industry by using my own network and knowledge. And we also do that tourism section too. Then the last part, the development, the consulting part, I also support other craft studios. So there is a short video again, so please take a look how we support other craftsmen.
伝統というのはただ昔から漠然とついてきたわけじゃなく、その時代に合わせていろんな変化とかイノベーションを起こしながらですね、その時代のお客様に合ったサービスやものを提供してきた。それが受け入れられて長い期間続いてきた。それを後から振り返って伝統と呼ぶんではないでしょうか。伝統は革新の連続です。これが TCI 研究所のフィロソフィーでありミッションです。TCI 研究所では実際に革新を起こすことによって変化し、新しい商品開発もしくは販路開拓を行ってきた企業の実例に基づいた新たなマーケティング手法、これを TCI メソッド Next Market In というふうに呼んでおりますが、それに基づきまして、中小企業の皆様方のニーズに合った商品開発、販路開拓の手伝いをしております。国内外に持っている多くのバイヤーやデザイナーのネットワークをもとに、そのターゲットする市場のニーズに合った商品開発を行えるようサポートいたします。 より多くの皆様方のお役に立ちたい、そういう思いで、設立いたしました。各地域の特色に合わせた多くの海外プロジェクトの運営実績もあります。私たちは自らものづくりを行い、営業し、販売し、プロモーションを行っております。ですので、お客様と同じ立場に立ち、共になって考え、行動し、最善の解決方法をご提案することができます。今まで支援してきた多くの企業様が新規事業分野で活躍を続けておられます。伝統に裏されたクラフトマンシップあふれる斬新な新商品、世界に誇れる日本のものづくりを世界のお客様に届けたい。
And we are really supporting the local craft industry with the national and local government. And we established a lot of projects, and we do all the creative works for the product design, web design, video creation, and also the booth design, and really promoting the Japanese craft abroad. And so I write the Japanese textbook for the people who are really want to learn about how we're doing. And I'm really lucky, somebody, I forgot who, but also translated in Taiwanese. So maybe it is available in the, I think, online shopping. So at the end, so I really would like to think about with you how to develop the traditional craft culture and how to continue to the next generation. So this is a really value of the creation of the human being, not only for Japanese, not only for the Taiwanese, for all over the world, we have a craft culture. So I hope you to cooperate with us to sharing the information and try to develop this industry to the future generation. Thank you very much.
Thank you, our speaker, Nishibori Kotaro-sama. Thank you so much. How about you go back to your seat and get your translation microphone and then come back for the Q&A session. 好，那因为接下来呢，我们要进行 Q&A 的时间，所以呢
To kickstart the QA session, therefore we would like to invite our audience members to maybe think about the presentations you have just heard and maybe put your questions into words. We would like to welcome the moderator and also the presidents and professor and Hishibori-san to join us on the stage.
with you. Thank you very much. 那同时也提醒一下我们。
At the same time, I would like to remind our audience members, if you have a question, then you can raise your question by turning on the microphone in front of you. The button in front of you, once it's light up in red, then that means you can start speaking.
好，那这边先。
Do we have any question from the floor? Please raise your hand. Well, a lot of questions. In that case, maybe we can ask the lady sitting in the front row. So my question has to do with Fukatsu-san. So I'm a student now studying the indigenous crafts of Taiwan. Thank you very much for your presentation. You talk about your collaboration with Furen Catholic University, and you analyze these textiles and how they were made. So I'm quite curious, in this process, do you involve indigenous craftsmen or indigenous peoples, for example, the interpretation of those patterns or cultural interpretations of these patterns? Do you also include indigenous traditional knowledge? I'm quite curious because when it comes to innovation, do you also take into consideration of indigenous culture? Continuation. Thank you.
ありがとうございます。法人大学との連携した研究の中でということなんですけれども。
Thank you very much for this question. This time we work together with Fuda Catholic University, Furen Catholic University. So I work with textiles, and because the Furen Catholic University, they studied textile and costumes and fashion. They also have experts from the area of costumes design. So in these researches, we first noticed that a lot of materials, they are disappearing, especially these materials used for these fibers. So I think this is a very common problem faced by many traditional textile industry in Japan, in Taiwan, and also many different parts of the world. So we want to bring people's attention to these issues so we can vitalize these materials. And also we work with indigenous people. We document and record the entire process. We understand very well the challenges they face. Therefore, we would like to leverage the power of fashion and fashion design to address some of the issues faced by indigenous peoples. However, when it comes to concrete deliverables or benefits which come with that research, we don't have a conclusion yet. So we want to continue to observe the phenomenon. My question is to Mr. Nishibori-san. For this Kyo-Wakasa, I think you are such a genius. You know how to market yourself. You know how to manufacture this Wakasa. So what did you study before you get married? What give you so many talents?
ちょっとご期待に反して申し訳ないんですけど、私は
Oh, thank you very much for that compliment. I don't really think that I live up to your expectation. I didn't go to university. So after I graduated from the high school, I went to Canada. So I learned about the crafts alone. After I got married with my wife, I stayed in her family to learn this technique from her family. So I've never learned or studied business management. I did all this learning alone, on my own. Thank you, Nishibori-san, for the answer. Do we have any other question from the floor? Please remember to turn on your microphone. So my question, I would like to ask Kotaro-san. So I have two questions. The first question is that from the traditional Wakasa industry, crafts, you upgrade to different level where you produce many different products because your studio work with traditional Wakasa. So how do you manage entire production? Because I don't know about the scale and size of your studio. And also you established this Amplitude Kyoto, and you also supported the local Kyoto traditional craft selling and marketing platform. So how do you work with these artisans or these independent artisans? How do you work? How does your business model work?
ありがとうございます。最初のご質問なん
Thank you for raising this question. To answer your first question, with regard to our management and production, for example, the delivery date or cost management, these are critical to our work. In fact, in site Hiyoshiya, we worked with a lot of businesses, and we also had a lot of internal studies. For example, some of the items we need to consider how much time it will take to really make it deliverable. So we really need to finalize and confirm the entire standard procedure. Of course, we will have quality control and also cost control. Like I said before, we used to have a studio for Wakasa. We also, some of the local studios, they have the lacquer studio. So we work with 700 studios and business, and also with around 50 companies. We work with them for product development. We believe that we need to deliver high-value product to our customers. Therefore, we are very stringent in terms of quality control. And then about this company we set up in Kyoto. We work with the Financial Institute in Kyoto. We have 27 professional crafts persons. The operational scale is very small. And for those beyond our limits, we will work with external partners. For example, we work together with banks. They have a lot of great talents, especially they have a lot of good credits. Therefore, we work with large-scale companies, big companies, and then we have a partner. We partner with the banks, really help us a great deal. When we work together with these professionals, they are good at manufacturing and production, but they are not good at marketing their own products because I'm very into marketing and selling of these products. Therefore, for Anikos, it's actually a business company that is in charge of selling. So our professionals can be focused and dedicated to their manufacturing and production, so we can take orders through this company, and then we actually transfer the orders to these professionals, so the professionals can earn a living, and our company can also earn a living. This is a win-win model. We are only third year, operating the third year, but I believe that we had a very good successful start. In the interest of time, we have to wrap up here. We encourage you to have more conversation during the break. Again, I would like to thank all our speakers and also our moderator. With a round of applause, please join me to thank them for their contribution to our forum. Just like I said, that we are going to have a 10-minute afternoon break, and we also have refreshments prepared outside of our venue, and no drinking and food allowed inside the venue. Thank you very much for your understanding.
For 10 minutes. If you like to have some drinks or beverages, please go outside this venue, and please do not eat or drink in this venue. Thank you very much for your cooperation. See you all in 10 minutes. 各位贵宾，还有我们来自世界各地的
distinguished guests and experts from different parts of the world. For our final session, Connecting with the People, we are going to first invite President Liang Jiahao of Taiwan Craft Society to give session introduction. Please join me to welcome Mr. Liang.
Distinguished guests and craft enthusiasts, good afternoon. I'm very honored on behalf of the Taiwan Craft Society. I'm here at the International Craft Forum. Today, we focus on the theme Connecting with the People, reflecting on how crafts can be closely connected with our daily lives and find a broader stage in modern society. And I think today we have with us many people from this industry and students who are in this field. Crafts are not only a display of exquisite skills, but also carriers of cultural heritage and social connections. In this section, we have 3 speakers. First of all is from KCDF, Ms. Yong Kyung-so. She is head of Craft Cultural Industry Team, Korea Craft and Design Foundation. She will be sharing on Crafting a Lifestyle, KCDF's approaches to sustainable living and everyday culture. And she will be sharing her knowledge on this. I personally visited Korea many times in my past line of work. And whenever there is an opportunity, I would visit KCDF. There are a lot of things that we can learn from them, including how there is a crafts museum nearby and contemporary museum and Kimpu Palace. They're all very close by. Ms. So will illustrate how through strategic promotion, crafts in Korea are no longer art pieces kept on high shelves, but integrated into sustainable lifestyles, truly entering every home. Next, we invite Mr. Alvin, CEO of who was sitting next to me. His talk focuses on people, place, culture, how these bonds craft meaning in our lives as human beings. And our final speaker today will be focusing on a forward-looking topic. Professor Takamitsu Tanaka of Iwate University, Japan, will discuss how should we coexist with AI to develop sustainable craft design. And we have 3 exciting speeches ahead of us. I would now like to invite our first speaker to the stage. Thank you, moderator, for the beginning speech. Next, we invite Ms. So from KCDF to talk about Crafting a Lifestyle, KCDF's approaches to sustainable living and everyday culture. We now give the floor to Ms. So.
Hello, everyone. It's a great pleasure to join this forum, and I appreciate the opportunity to be here and to share our work with you. My name is Yeon Kyung-so, and as introduced, I work at the Korean Craft and Design Foundation. There, I lead various projects that connect craft artists with the public, helping more people understand and value Korean craft as part of cultural policy and public engagement. Before we get started, let me briefly introduce KCDF. KCDF, established in the year 2000, operates as a government-affiliated organization under the Ministry of Culture, Sports, and Tourism. We are a specialized institution promoting Korean craftsmanship. We provide support for the creative works of craft artists both at home, abroad, and offer assistance in expanding their market presence. As you can see in the photos on the screen, we have spaces such as a gallery and craft shop, and the Hanji House, which showcases and promotes Hanji, traditional Korean paper. But KCDF is more than just a space provider. These places are just as a bridge, helping the public connect with Korean craft in a way that feels both familiar and meaningful. Here is what I'd like to share with you today. Let me begin with the first example, the Milan Korean Craft Exhibition. Since 2013, we have participated in Milan Design Week to share the value and identity of Korean craft with a global audience. Second, under the theme Craft in Everyday Life, I will introduce the Craft Trend Fair, which KCDF organizes annually. Third, under the theme Craft and Community Building, I will share the case of Korea Craft Week. Through these examples, I hope to show how the concept of Sloha is being translated into action with the Korean craft scene. The first example I'd like to share is Korean Craft Exhibition in Milan. This has been organized by KCDF during Milan Design Week every year from 2013 to 2024. Milan Design Week takes place every April alongside the renowned furniture fair Salone del Mobile. During this time, the entire city becomes a stage for design, with exhibitions, pop-ups, and installations spread across Milan. It's one of the most influential global platforms where luxury and lifestyle and even tech brands like Samsung and Sony showcases their latest idea. So it gave us a chance to show the beauty and the meaning of Korean craft at the center of the global design scene. As you can see on the screen, there are images from our past exhibitions. We have explored how traditional Korean craft can be reinterpreted in a modern way. We also focused on the physical aspects of craft, techniques, materials, and forms. The images shown here are from 2013 to 21. The image on the left side of the slide is from our 22 exhibition. It took place near the end of the pandemic, a time when we were all thinking deeply about we coexist with nature. So the title of the exhibition was the Back to the Ground. So rather than using typical white cube setting, we created an environment that reflected in elements, earth, sky, and water through a large-scale installation. Let me now focus on the most recent case in 2024. Last year's exhibition aimed to deliver a deeper and more thoughtful message. We concentrated not only on the content, but also on how visitors would feel the exhibition. We shaped the space with one consistent tone and mood, so people could experience the message with their senses. The title of the exhibition was Thoughts on Thickness. Here, thickness didn't mean just physical depth. It was a metaphor for time, thoughts, and the sensitivity built up through the artist's hands. And we tried to represent the depth of experience with the craft. The exhibition had two main parts. Part one title was In Variation in Thickness. It showed how craft artists work with the materials, their techniques, process, and their way of thinking. Their words come from steady repetition and quiet focus. Through this process, they form a deep connection with the different mediums. Part 2 was about Korean word, 소박. It means a quiet, simple beauty, something natural, humble, and calm. This section focused on Korean tea culture. We saw tea drinking as more than just a casual activity. It can be a moment of healing, reflection, or connection with others. So we showed not only teaware like cups, teapots, and trays, but also the calm mood that comes from sharing tea together. Let me show the exhibition image. This is the space where part 1 begins. On the wall to your left are wooden objects by Na Jung-soo, the artist's name, where natural light highlights the grain and texture of each piece. As you move beyond the brighter section, you enter a space designed for deeper focus. This part was created with limited lighting to draw visitors' attention more closely to each piece. The layout consisted of a series of connected cubes, with each cube featuring the work of a single artist. The artwork you see here was created by cutting apart old books and using the unique textures of the paper to form sculptural compositions. This is another part featuring a lacquerware work by Ha Myung-wook, the artist's name. The piece was displayed alongside a video capturing the natural scenery that inspired the artist. The second part of the exhibition focused on the theme of 소박, which represented the quiet, refined beauty of Korean tea culture. From the choice of tea utensils to their colors and careful arrangement, the entire space was designed to convey quiet elegance. At the center, you can see an installation by entirely from individual tea leaves, creating a shadow-like image. So the slide image is missed one, but the tea installation was created by carefully placing thousands of individual tea leaves, not simply scattered, but arranged with intention. So, it was one of the most appreciated pieces in 소박 space, so drawing many visitors to pause and reflect. After viewing the exhibitions, visitors were invited to join a scheduled tea session. With guardians from a tea host, participants experienced the full process, brewing tea, pouring it into teaware, and sharing a meditative moment. It was a chance to slow down, take in the atmosphere, and connect with the ideas from the exhibition in a more personal way. This is image from the tea session. So we have now participated in Milan Design Week over a decade. Since the beginning, KCDF used this platform to present the value and the future potential of Korean craft to a global audience. As you've seen, the Milan show was not just about objects. It explored deeper ideas through materials, process, and the sensibility of Korean craft. Also, by including Korean tea culture, we invited visitors into a slower, more mindful experience that connects to the spirit of Slojas. It was a meaningful project for us, but we believe our role there is now complete. Starting this year, KCDF no longer organizes in the Milan show directly, but supports Korean artists, galleries, and creators to participate. Our goal is to let the visibility we have built over the past decade expand into the hands of the private section. The next example is the Craft Trend Fair. It's been organized by KCDF since 2006 And today it's the biggest craft fair in Korea. It brings together many talented artists and a wide variety of well-crafted works. You can see a brief overview for this year. This year it's scheduled for 4 days, starting on December 11. Each year, more than 300 participants, such as craft artists, studios, galleries, and businesses, join the event. Along with the main market booth, we also curate a special themed exhibition as part of the fair. While there is a variety of programs, I'd like to focus on the main exhibitions that KCDF curates every year. The fair is not just a place to see craft objects. It's also a platform to think about how craft can respond to issues in our lives today. Therefore, each year, we present a special exhibition called the Theme Pavilion. What you see on the screen is from the 2020 edition. During the COVID-19 pandemic, we held an exhibition titled Home with Rest, Embracing Crafts. The idea was create a space where the human touch of the handmade could come together with a personal taste. It wasn't just about displaying objects. We wanted to reimagine the home as a space for comfort, healing, and recovery through carefully crafted forms. This imagery is from our 2022 pavilion. The theme was today's question, craft answers. One key question we wanted to share was, how can we preserve tradition and heritage in today's world? We showcased some of the finest works by leading contemporary Korean artists, craft artists, showing how tradition can evolve in thoughtful and creative ways. We also asked, how do we carry forward the value of long-lasting traditions? Craft techniques, materials, and the hands of artisans passed down over generations aren't just the things of the past. They help guide us into the future. This part of the exhibition focused on real-world issues, especially the global climate crisis. Here you see works made from ocean waste, things like plastic debris, old fishing nets, and other discarded materials. These pieces used craft to express the environmental concerns we face in our daily lives. Actually, it didn't try to give direct answers. Instead, it offered visitors a moment to think about the challenges we face and about how we use and relate to the objects around us. In 2023, for the fair's 17th edition, we created a special space for reflection and open dialogue. We invited visitors to think about some key questions. What has the fair contributed to the craft scene? What do they hope to see from it in the future? And where it go next? This space became a platform to share ideas and insight together. We created a space where visitors could freely write down their thoughts about craft and the future direction of the fair, or what they hope to see in the craft field. Over the 4 days of the event, Things Rights become a kind of collective archive. It was not just about showcasing beautiful displays, but about creating a site of conversation and engagement. This picture shows a public discussion that took place during the fair. We invited the key voices from the craft field, such as curators, critics, and others, with them to look back on the fair's main content and history. They share their thoughts and ideas with each other. I believe many of you here have had a chance to visit or participate in all kinds of fairs. As you know, a fair is more than just a marketplace these days. Therefore, we see the Craft Trend Fair as a space where personal taste and philosophy meet, and where people can form meaningful relationship with craft. Beyond the market or craft object themselves, we hope the fair becomes a place to explore and share more sustainable ways of living. The final example I'd like to share is Korea Craft Week. It's a nationwide craft festival that started in 2018. Every May for 10 days, starting on the third Friday, events take place all across the country. Whether in big cities or small towns, craft becomes part of everyday life. There are open studios, small exhibitions, workshops, and local craft markets. So it's a time when cities and villages come alive with craft. The heart of this festival is the community we build together. It brings together artists, citizens, and the local places through shared experiences, local materials, and meaningful moments. For example, in a town known for bamboo, you can join a bamboo craft workshop. In a region known for traditional hanji making, for example, you might find exhibitions and talks that celebrate this heritage. For example, in a tea growing village, you can pick wild tea leaves and learn how traditional tea is made step by step. These aren't just tourist activities. They help us ask, what kind of life can I live in this place? As you can see, craft isn't only about individual artists. It connects one region to another, and it brings everyday life closer to the people who live there. So that's what we try to recreate through this movement. This year's Craft Week was held this past May. The theme was 공생공락, which means living together, craft together, with a special emphasis on 공, the Korean word for both together and craft. It focused on how we can bring people, places, and nature together, especially by using materials and stories based in each region. Events take many forms and are not limited by location. For example, one exhibition was held in Goseong. It's located along Korea's East Sea and is known for its clean, beautiful environment. The exhibition was held right by the sea in Goseong, outside of a gallery space. A local artist created the largest whale-shaped installation along the shoreline. As a peaceful and ancient presence in the sea, the whale became a powerful symbol of coexistence with nature, reminding us of the need for care, balance, and respect. So this installation made people reflect more deeply on the connection between craft and nature, I think. Craft is not only about conceptual exhibitions. It also includes local craft market where makers and the residents can connect face-to-face, as you see. We already looked at the example of a Craft Trend Fair. What makes Craft Week different is its focus on small and local markets, where regional artists and everyday consumers meet in a more casual and community-based space. This photo shows how the event took place in a region with a rich tradition of craft. Instead of focusing just on fancy displays, the program was about getting more people involved, giving locals a chance to connect. Finally, I'd like to introduce one of the signature programs of Korea Craft Week. It's called Cha Cha Cha, which is fun to say and in Korean. In Korean, cha means tea. The full name is 다 함께 차차차, meaning let's all drink tea together. It shares its name with a cheerful Korean pop song from the 1980s, and we borrowed that playful rhythm to invite people to slow down and enjoy tea through craft. It's kind of fun and nostalgic name for Korean, so I just wanted to share the meaning of the program briefly. This program reimagines Korean tea culture in a modern way. It took place in places in wild tea growing regions where tea is naturally cultivated. Craft artists, tea masters, cultural planners, and a small group of participants all gathered on site to harvest wild tea leaves and experience how tea is made. Step by step, they also share their impressions through conversations and small exhibitions. Here are some pictures from the Cha-Cha-Cha program as it took place on site. Showing all the moments, as you see, this wasn't just a performance. It was a form of craft-based practice, connecting people through tea, reflection, and thoughtful living. Visitors took part in a variety of small programs, from guided tea ritual to hands-on activities, and even a casual exhibition that added depth on the space. Now we look at the three different cases: Milan exhibition and Trent Fair and Craft Week. Each of them had a different format and context, but they all share an aligned direction. They show how we experience, reflect on, and share the value of craft. With exhibitions and fairs, we focus on experiencing craft. We designed spaces where people could slow down, engage their senses, and connect with the story and the meaning behind each piece. Also, with the Trend Fair, we moved to reflecting on craft in our lives. People discovered new materials, forms, and ideas, and began to ask, what kind of things I truly enjoy? What kind of life do I want to live with handmade things? Through these questions, craft becomes part of my personal taste and daily life. Finally, craft moves into public spaces and into local communities, becoming a way to connect people and place and to share values. At KCDF, we see these three stages not as separate, but as part of one continuous system. We design our policies and the program to support this floor so that meaningful experience with craft can continue, grow, and be shared. I hope that through these examples, you were able to see how the ideas behind Slow House are reflected in what you do, and that craft as a practice can shape more sustainable ways of thinking and living. It's been a pleasure to share our experience with you, and I look forward to continuing the conversation together. So thank you again for inviting me to this meaningful forum. Thank you.
好，非常感谢徐女士的精彩演讲。接下来我们要一起欢迎印尼家具设计 Elven-T CEO Elven Chitrovierjo 来为我们上台演讲。演讲的主题是人、地方、文化三者如何在生活中结合公益的意义。请帮我们热烈掌声欢迎 Elven。
Hello, good afternoon, everyone. I hope we're not sleepy because it's towards the end of the session. So anyways, good afternoon. My name is Alvin Chitrovierjo. I'm from Indonesia. Today I want to share something simple but urgent. We've been talking about different kinds of craft and different kinds of ways of looking at craft. And definitely craft is not just an object, it's not a lifestyle, but it's a living bridge, a dialogue between people, place, and culture. So, so usually when we talk about craft, usually it involves a certain person or people that live in a certain place, and this certain place provides them with nature, which gives them material for the things that they make, resources like food, protection, as well as inspiration. From nature, the wood, let's say, we get from the trees, or rattan that comes from the plants, or bamboo, or all kinds of things. They provide us with materials that that the people can actually make for their everyday needs. And the act of making, although this is very simple and it's very practical and pragmatic, the act of making is what we consider as culture. And when infused with art, it evolves into becoming a cultural identity. And this is something that we can probably see in traditional places where a person lives near the ocean. Maybe they would create or they would include an element of the ocean into the fabric or into the patterns of weaving. Or if they live in the mountains, they would be inspired by the pattern or the motifs or of the mountain, let's say. And this is how being isolated in a way makes a certain group of people that lives in the same side of the ocean can actually have different identities. So I had a wonderful experience when a few years ago I went to this very remote village in central Borneo. Borneo is one of the biggest islands in Indonesia, where it bridges between Indonesia. It connects between Indonesia, Malaysia, and Brunei. And there I was working, and I was collaborating with a community, indigenous community, where they have one of the finest weaving techniques left in Indonesia. And so me and my team, we went there with our typical designer eyes, hoping to see what new possibilities we can actually create through the traditional cultural wealth that they have. You know, we as designers, usually we're obsessed with shapes and forms. And when we went there, we always think like, oh, what kind of new shapes I can actually create using this type of weaving. But when we got there, we learned that craft is not just an object that they make, but craft is a byproduct of how they live. So we learned that the soil in Borneo is a lot drier than, let's say, in Java, where Jakarta is located. And their main livelihood is actually to farm. So the way they farm is they have to move around every 7 years. So it's almost like a semi-nomadic farming. And the practice that they have been doing is they plant rice for short term, they plant fruits for mid-term, and they plant rattan for long term. So after moving around for 7 years, the soil gets regenerated, the fruits become secondary forest, and the rattan grows in between the trees. So whenever they need anything as basic as a basket, or they need to make a bag, or they need to make mats, or they need to fix the house, etc., the nature or the nature itself provides everything that they need. So I learned, or I had a bit of an enlightenment, the fact that the craft that we usually see in modern days is actually has a very complex relationship between the people that lives in a certain place and the land that they take care of. And I think this is something that is very, well, some people like some people always say this is very traditional and very backward, but I look at how modern people subcontract all the things that we make or all the things that we eat, and therefore we divorce all the relationship between the planet, the earth, the place, or even the culture, and that actually makes us by not understanding the relationship, make us not care. So I was very inspired about this way of living. Now, the thing is, I think a lot of people already spoken a lot about these problems. The fact that there's a lot of challenges about this way of living. So one is definitely the mindset. The mindset of modernization always means, for instance, in Indonesia, as an example, means like people have to move out from their villages and move into big cities. They have to leave their traditional way of making, and then they need to start working in factories, or they need to work in tech startups behind laptops using gadgets connected to the internet. And a lot of people also, what is very sad is that the island of Borneo is also being destroyed because of mining. So Indonesia has one of the biggest coal mining as well. And a lot of these people, they would prefer to work in a mining company, or they actually would prefer to work in a convenience store simply so they can have a steady income. There's also a lack of pride. I think one of the problems that our country has is that we don't develop a vision of appreciating our own craft. So I think there's this sense of lack of pride, which also develops into a sense lack of will to actually create new things or to pursue. We work with 5 villages, and in total there was about 120 or 150 artisans that we work with. And out of that 120 artisans that we work with, there was only one young crafter that is willing to pursue this way of living. So out of 120, only one left. And if this one young lady, if he doesn't meet the right husband, like Kotori-san, who can actually develop the craft into the next level, and if they don't marry, they don't have children, then this whole is not a whole generation, but it's a whole way of living and a whole complete value system and also cultural value might be gone. So the average age of these artisans is about 30 to 60 years old. And they do, and I'm sure you know, they do a lot of hard work. So I would imagine maybe they would still be productive until 50 or 55, which means if there's no regeneration, or if there's no, like a sense of purpose, or if there's no future for these people to actually pursue, then this whole entire craft might be gone, entirely gone within 20 or 25 years. So what is it actually, the relationship between people, place, and culture? I think, you can probably see in a lot of traditional villages or cities all throughout the world, or mainly focused on the eastern side of the world. Like, if people, their place, and their culture have a harmonious relationship, each of this component will try to protect each other. For instance, like if the wood that people use to build their houses is no longer available, people would create programs to replant the trees, or they would create ceremonials or rituals to basically replant the trees or protect the trees. So there's always enough wood to supply their needs. Vice versa, like if there's a pandemic or if there's a natural disaster happen, and a lot of the people will get killed, for instance, then usually people will also create new type of prayers or dances or even cultural rituals to beg forgiveness to nature, or to basically pray for balance. So it's a mutually respecting and mutually protecting way of living. Now contrast that with today's way of living. So, for instance, Jakarta is a city with about 10 million people, and the surrounding suburb, which is all connected to Greater Jakarta, has about 30-something million people. So there's a lot of people, and a lot of these people also doesn't come originally from Jakarta. So the people are not from there, and then the material that we use to build our homes, to build our temples, to build our furniture is also not from there. A lot of it are being imported. And because of globalization and internet, etc., even the cultures we import. So the definition of success is oriented towards, let's say, maybe the Western way of thinking. The definition of happiness is also defined by the movies that we see. The definition of beauty, the definition of fulfillment, everything is basically imported. So there's a lot of disconnection between people that live in a certain place, the culture that they practice, and also the things that they consume. And often everything, because we are, without deny, like we are living in a capitalistic system, everything becomes oriented towards transaction. So all the relationship is very profit-oriented and very transactional. And so this type of relationship is actually what also contributes to the mass destructions of the environment, because people just simply don't care enough. And here is just a basic comparison between a place that has a harmonious relationship and a very transactional relationship. So here we can also see that sense of identity, something that we built through the relationship between the people and the place and the culture that they create, they practice, is often now becomes just a symbol that we just buy on a piece of clothing, on a logo in a bag, etc., etc. And craft that used to have a very strong meaning, now it's just reduced to a product that people produce, or even just a mere decoration. So modernization is designed to create economic growth and prosperity, basically. This is what I was taught, when I was studying, and the previous generation as well. But then at the same time, this whole economic growth is not in line with maintaining the relationship between people, place, and culture. And all of this contributes to this culture of disposable, where now we can already see a lot of, let's say, consumer electronics that that create this system called planned obsolescence. So everything is actually designed to break in a certain point in order for people to consume more. So as a designer, we were taught that design is actually to solve problems. But if we are practicing the way we were taught, meaning we were taught in an industrial system, like how can that actually contribute to today's problem? Can we actually employ design in a different role to make people care instead of just creating more products for profits? At the moment, I don't have an answer, but I feel like this is an issue that I would like to raise the awareness, because through collaboration and discussion, maybe there might be an idea that we can actually try to explore together. So again, this is like a typical industrial way of value chain. So it's a very linear process from natural resources until consumption. But as you know, the relationship between value and the position of arts and craft or design is much more complex than that. It's not a linear system where value gets added or subtracted. We cannot really quantify belief, or we cannot really quantify identity. And this is actually how people experience arts, craft, and design. So what can we do? So I think after that experience, me and my studio and my team, we feel that we need to change the way we create things. We might need to change the way we design, actually. And so this is a collection that we did with that indigenous community in Borneo. And a lot of these pieces were actually designed in order to tackle certain problems. For instance, there's a lot of middlemen that buys from these villages and sell it to governments, to small shops, etc., etc. And they already put a cap price, basically, for certain products. And so we design pieces that doesn't fall into that category, so people can actually put a higher price. And we also wanted to, usually for a commercial brand, usually the brand owner has the biggest margin, and the vendor or the manufacturer usually has the smallest margin. We want to turn that around as well. So we asked them, like, if you're going to make something like this, but you have to make it with all your heart, how much would you like to earn so you can be proud of making that? And I, quote unquote, foolishly said, I will bear the responsibility so I can justify that price to the customer. So we try to switch that around, and we try to be more empathetically, because we feel that they are the one that has the value, not us. So we try to create those pieces, and then in the other works that we do, we try to expand the diversity of values as well. So for instance, this is a piece that we made where we actually wanted to respond the value of spirituality. So as you can see, craft in the past is strongly intertwined with spirituality. I think in the past, a lot of people create things not because they want to sell or they want to produce, but because they feel a certain spiritual experience, or they look at a certain mountain or ocean, and they could feel a huge energy that they cannot express, that pushes them to create something. And these values are now gone and simply being replaced by commercial values. And I feel that we need to protect this diversity of values. And so even though this is somewhat inspired by maybe an altar or something of spiritual shapes, but the way we create this product, we work closely with the artisans, and we tell them like as if we don't work for a certain budget. So we eliminate the commercial limitation in this sense, and we allow we allow this group of people to basically to be in tune more with their inner spirituality when they create things. So in this piece, there's a lot of details that is not necessary for function or even aesthetics, but it's part of the reaction on how they were in the zone and they create things. So this is a short video that we. working? Okay. So anyways, yeah, there's we made a short video just to accompany the piece.
Ibu, semalam kau kembali.
I think we need to wait for a minute.
Ibu, semalam kau kembali. Ibu, semalam kau kembali. Walau tak dapat kulihat, kehadiranmu selalu kurasa.
好，那我们现在再克服一下技术的问题哦。那同时呢，我们也利用这个时间。OK， 开始了。好，那我们这边先欣赏影片。
Kurasa bagai denyut nadi yang menuntun jalan hidup. Sayang, anakku tak lagi serukan namamu. Kami telah durhaka terhadap kepercayaan yang diberikan olehmu. Terbungkam oleh ambisi akan hingar-bingar ibu kota. Dan yang tersisa hanyalah usang. Hutanmu tak lagi rindang. Air dan langitmu terasa asing. Hingga burung pun enggan bersarang. Ingin ku sampaikan segala risau melalui alunan jemari. Karena hanya dalam berkarya ku rasakan kembali bentukmu. Dan hanya dalam doa ku ingat kembali pesanmu. Karyaku merupakan doa akan ingatan terhadapmu, Sang Semesta. Anakmu, pengrajin.
So, jiwa means soul, and pengrajin means the art, the crafter. Yeah, there. Page. So another piece that, So another piece that we also try to create in response to the issue before is actually how can we not industrialize craft? So back in the days when people create something, they actually give a little bit of themselves into the piece. And usually, again, in the past, people create the entire object. And so the entirety of their, inner spiritual being is actually being transferred into the object. And that is something that people also appreciate when they create. But now with industrialization, people just create components. And they just keep on making the same components over and over again. And I could see how their soul gets diminished simply because they only create a minuscule part of a whole object. So this piece is a one-off piece that we don't produce. So we create different kinds of things. So they don't have to create the same pieces all over and over again. This piece is called dahan, and dahan means a tree branch. So this piece was actually designed to remind people that a few years ago, with sunlight and rainwater, it was alive. So So the next question is actually, I'll just skip this, yeah. So the next question is actually, how can we actually translate all of these value into the customer or into the public? Because a lot of these philosophical values are easier to explore when we create products, but then we need to transfer that to the public so they can also appreciate. Because if we cannot translate those values to the public and the public cannot appreciate, then our goal on trying to sustain that way of living will fail. So this is our gallery in the north part of Jakarta, and this is an experimentation on how can we recreate an experience that I sort of experience, and how can we actually disseminate the values that I learn, that me and my team learn, in a normal language so that the public can actually understand. So, of course, there's, processes is very important, but then to be able to touch and feel the material is also very important. A lot of people don't understand that there's actually around 600 species of rattan in the world, and 70% of the whole world's rattan population actually grows in Indonesia. Out of that 600, only 50 is being used in an industrial setting. So there's still another 550. There's still another 550 species that is not known yet to people. Okay, just next, I think. And here we also wanted to tell the story on how we process the material from the forest to an end product. So in Borneo or in a lot of places in Indonesia, people still do it very traditionally. And for instance, the dyeing process still uses a very natural and traditional way of dyeing. So the way they make things they don't use any chemicals, and they leave no pollution to the environment as well. But at the same time, I also understand the fact that why these crafts are still considered as a low-value product is simply because there's no innovation yet involved into the tools. So the tools that they use is still very traditional and very outdated in a way, very traditional. But at the same time, I see that there's a lot of potential in maybe not just designing the products, but actually designing or redesigning the tools. So here I just want to show a video that tells the story from their side, so not from our perspective.
A place is where I became me and shaped who I am today. As an indigenous Dayak person, the place I call home has a profound impact on shaping my identity. Those landscapes connect me to the tradition of my ancestors who have lived in harmony with nature for generations. This is the big why I am doing what I am doing through Handep.
Bagaimana caranya program-program desa ini didesain untuk bisa ketemu di tengah.
I see place as a compass that guides our purpose. It provides a sense of orientation on where we came from, where we are, and where we're going to. A place gives a spatial context to the subject matter. When combined with activities and ideas, it's a fundamental factor in making us understand intentions, meanings, and values it holds.
A place is not just a physical space. Each place breathes different kinds of wisdom and perspectives that enrich my understanding of the world we live in. Place shapes our way of living. It carries the weight of generations and traditions that define us as a community.
Asli meramnya. Yakutuna mencapai 85 tuket deh, 90 dari umur 12 tahun Yakutuna tahu jadi menganyam segala mai karen pansu, mai karen bisan lan luntuk. Mendorong tena dorongi mula ate Yakutuna mula hendak tahu. Kalau batuna jida tapi rami ulung memilih teh jidada paling-paling akan rumahan. Dari we itu jidada dari beket. Iki itu na batu jidada karen kita. Mengati kau ketahuan. Hanya tanam rotan memang banyak, tanam we. Sampai sekarang banyak. Dada saha lain. Sejarah gitu na mula bawi. Itu ada hatu itu ada minat, ada berminat.
Menganyam itu identitas, sebenarnya identitas diri bagi orang Dayak. Saya belajar menganyam dari usia 6 tahun. Saya bangga bisa menganyam, soalnya jarang-jarang orang sekarang yang bisa menganyam. Sedikit sebenarnya, apalagi kalau sudah ada yang lama hidup di kota, dia kan sudah lupa mungkin kehidupan di desa seperti apa.
Craft embodies heritage, present livelihoods, and future aspiration for millions of people across the world. Craft connects us with the past, present, and future. Losing craft means losing a fundamental part of our identity as an indigenous Dayak.
Ada beberapa hal yang diambil dari berladang ini. Pertama, dia berladang harus mengambil padinya karena ditanam padi. Nah, terus padinya ada, nah terus ditanami lagi tumbuh-tumbuhan yang sifatnya jangka menengah, buah-buahan, pisang dan sebagainya. Dan terus yang jangka panjangnya rotan itu tadi. Nah, karena rotan ini dari orang tua dulu itu sudah menanam rotan. Sedangkan mereka belum sampai ke arah yang seperti sekarang ini. Tapi mereka sudah berpikir maju, mereka menanam. Setiap ladang mereka tanam pakai rotan. Jadi orang tua dulu itu walaupun mereka tidak sekolah, tetapi pengetahuan itu sudah maju. Kami mengharapkan agar masyarakat di desa itu setiap tahunnya dia bisa berladang tetapi dengan menanam kembali rotan itu. Jadi tidak mengharapkan dari punya orang tua dulu tetapi dia harus berkarya agar dia berkelanjutan terus. Nah, jadi mungkin itu harapan kami agar anyaman-anyaman ini tidak berakhir. Nah, karena ketika ini tidak diteruskan oleh generasi, nah, jangan-jangan nanti bahan bakunya habis. Nah, artinya kalau sudah bahan bakunya habis, ya sampai di situ. Nah, jadi tidak berkelanjutan. Jadi harapan itu supaya tetap berkelanjutan.
In this modern era of globalization and technology, we often overlook traditional wisdom as something that is outdated or even backward. Our impulse for convenience has led us to prioritize fleeting possessions that bring momentary pleasure, while forgetting how we connect to the place we live in, the craft tradition that binds us, who we are, and how we would like to be remembered as a collective.
Gara-gara pemalas, tidak ada penyebabnya. Biar maku mendarete, ya uhena, coba kami mikirlah. Nganyam selepang itu biar anda kan iki pelatihan. Sekarang ini banyak yang tidak mau bikin karena itu sulit, rumit, lama.
Anyaman ini adalah hak warisnya orang tua dulu yang harus dijaga, dipelihara, dan dikembangkan. Generasi muda itu harus berjuang. Jadi jangan hanya melihat di luar, tetapi di dalamnya mereka tidak lihat bahwa betapa pentingnya kegiatan seperti ini yang perlu dikembangkan. Karena kalau dalamnya sendiri yang tidak memperkenalkan, tidak mempertahankan, itu agak sulit nanti. Nah, jadi harapan saya kepada generasi muda, dimanapun dia berada, sekolah, nah tetapi dia kembali ke tempat asalnya di Gunung Pura ini, dia kembali meningkatkan perekonomian keluarga dengan meningkatkan anyaman rotan seperti ini.
As designers, the intention behind creating with a broader purpose and impact is something that we should put our minds and hearts into. It's an important responsibility that demands our utmost dedication and care.
Data is about weaving intention into every creation, to transport people to the serene landscapes and vibrant cultures that inspire us. It's a way to bring a slice of that meaningful place into the homes and lives of those who appreciate the beauty and spirit of our surroundings.
Dare embodies the spirit of the Dayak artisans behind the creation. It is to honor our natural resources, to create pieces that resonate with the landscape that give birth to rattan. Every weapon strand tells a story of the land, the hands, and the culture, reminding us to cherish and protect places that shape us.
This collection acts as a reminder for designers that our responsibility goes beyond just creating objects and products. We are entrusted with the task of communicating the essence and values that are woven into our designs. So just to close, just to end this presentation, I think a lot of countries, or Indonesia, for instance, and many other underdeveloped countries' views towards modernism is always to turn villages into smart cities, following international trends, instilling high technology and artificial intelligence, basically for more profits, streamlining the diverse value system to just commercial value instead of social well-being, sense of belonging, or how we can actually create meaning. And all of these things, all of this development, it never includes the indigenous community. Their part is never being a part of the greater narrative that these countries or these cities are actually building. So being a designer with privilege, with knowledge, or access to information, I want to ask a question, whether we should stay the way we do things design at the same time and to support the global way of modernizing everything, or perhaps we should change the way we design. Thank you.
Thank you, Alvin. Thank you very much for your interesting topic and your presentation. 好，那今天的最后呢，我们要一起来欢迎日本国立岩手大学教授田中龙冲教授为我们带来的主题是发展永续工艺设计如何与人工智慧共存。那这边帮我们热烈掌声欢迎我们的田中教授，欢迎。
Right. 你好 everyone.
大家好，大家好吗？好，醒过来喽。我是最后的一位讲者了。
Final presenter in international conference, and I know my mission is time management. I try to finish 20 past 5. Yeah. Anyway, so じゃあ日本語でお話しします。はい、楽ですね日本語は。ですね。今日は AI とデジタルがどう工芸と関係するかということを少し、お話ししてみたいと思います。
How will AI affect and how is it relevant to our craft? Have you watched this film, Back to the Future? Have you watched this movie which was made in 1985? In the movie, the protagonist returned to the future, and actually he traveled back to present time, and he found that the world has changed completely. And this is the timeline I have drawn out for this movie, which means that, of course, our technology is limited. We don't have a time machine which allows us to travel back in time to make any changes. However, in the movie, we have this possibility. We can actually, Professor Brown, he is explaining about the whole concept of time travel. You can see in the middle, the actor in the middle of the picture, who is actually a swag. He very much looks like Trump, President Trump, a very arrogant person who thinks he is above everything and can change everything. And coming back to our topic today, our ancestors start with stone grinding and then develop lots of tools. And then we know how to use fire. We know how to create different tools. And the tools help us to harvest wood to build houses. And over time, we start to collect many different kinds of tools. Until modern day, we see a world which is blooming with all kinds of artifacts and crafts. And it's actually accumulation over time, leading to our current results. And I studied industrial design around 20 years ago. I started teaching at a university. We know like smartphones or computers. Back then, I used to design all these different products. Now, in Iwate University, I am now a professor teaching at Iwate University. And Iwate is around 5 kilometers away from our capital city, Tokyo. And I have learned a lot about traditional crafts of Japan in this environment in Iwate. In Japan, we have lots of traditional crafts are made with wood. This is a traditional technique. Of course, in Japan, we have preserved many of these wood buildings. And in Tokyo, I live in Tokyo, I often forget we still have lots of wood structures in Japan. And in Southeast Asia, this is the forest coverage rate. And this is a map that shows before it was a map of wood. And because of wood, the material drive the development of civilization. But we also know historically there is a trading route. It's called Silk Road from all the way to China, to Middle East, to Europe. And NHK has a program about Silk Road and how Silk Road spread technologies from China, and then also the technology spread to Taiwan and then to Okinawa. That is the weaving technique. And then the technique is then spread to Korea. There is a documentary from NHK documenting the spread of the technique. And also Japan on this route is also affected by that transmission. And in Taiwan, when it comes to Taiwan, Taiwan is an island surrounded by ocean with enjoying a lot of ocean resources. But just like Japan, Taiwan is 60% covered by forest land, pretty much to the level of Japan. And in Japan, we have a lot of furniture made with wood. People really love wood furniture. So before I studied industrial design, and in this picture, in the 1970s, we have a lot of model for industrial design. In order to cater to the needs of consumers, the designers will follow a certain model to design the furniture. So there is a supply and demand relationship. This is a simplified illustration of that relationship. But after I actually work with industrial designers or crafts artisans or crafts people, I had a lot of chance to work alongside with them, be it designer or craftsman. I think their relationship with consumers are quite complicated, which differs quite a bit from industrial product, especially products in mass production. We know machine can help us produce a lot of products in mass quantities, and these craftsmen rely on the techniques of these masters, these artisans. So of course it's not going to be massly produced, and we also have different techniques. For example, very important, traditional art techniques can actually join these different joineries perfectly without using any nails. We have more than 200 techniques like this. Some of them come from China, and some of these joinery techniques are developed locally in Japan. I believe that in Taiwan, you definitely have your own traditional joinery techniques. Then I conducted research of these joinery designs. To the left, you have picture. So this is the picture of Iwata, a gallery which display craft art. Of course, they have a shop, and then they couldn't sell very well. Of course, they are very troubled by that. Of course, that has to do with the way they display, because it's different now. We have a different living environment now. It's pretty much to the right. So how can we really infuse this furniture inside the modern living space and also raise the value of these traditional craft furnitures? So that it has become my mission. So I had tried many different ways. First, to increase the value of these crafts work. First, we need to make sure that the craftsmen can continue to survive. And then to the left from the picture, you can see a cabinet like this. They use different techniques. For example, there are metal work. Of course, you have you have woodwork as well. And you have lacquer work as well. And then which one can be removed? None of these elements can not be absent. So it's not just about the surface work. Just like many of the speakers mentioned before me, as a designer, we need to take in the complete picture. For example, the previous speaker has already talked about lacquer work, so I'm not going to talk about that. So also we have 300 years of cabinet design history in Japan, and we have these very advanced technique. For example, it can float in water, and also many of our boats had this accident, and the boat would capsize, and then because of the cabinet can really float over the ocean. So the technique is so advanced, and then we can maybe apply that technique to modern days.
For example, chests for storing tea or storing coffee. This was also when I realized that a lot of these craftsmen, because they used to make really large architecture furnitures when they're making smaller containers, it's very difficult for them to do this. So a lot of craftsmen are unwilling to do this. But we are challenging them so they know that craftsmen have difficulties that they can overcome or what they're unwilling to try. So we want to see how we can preserve and perfect this crafts. For example, to transport these large chests, the costs are very high. So we need to think about how we can lower the costs. So first of all, we think about, for example, tourists, they can bring their own chests as their carry-on luggage. So we work with JAL and other Japanese airline to see how large their carry-on luggage sizes are, and to design the size of the chests. You can see that it's below 10 kilogram, and you can disassemble it. And when you need to reassemble it, it's very easy. It only takes about 15 minutes. You can assemble it. And we also developed a business model like this and proposed it to some craftsmen. You can see in these chests and drawers, there are some metal work and different techniques in it. I also have different projects. For example, this is working on woodworking joints. These joints, when you join them, you cannot see where they were joined, and it's very beautiful. So I began thinking to myself, these joints are very strong, so maybe I can use them elsewhere. I don't know if you know in Iwate province, you can see 5 kilometers from it, it's Tokyo, and Iwate is northern of Japan. People think it's a very cool place. I asked about it. It's 35 degrees Celsius. It's very hot today. But in Iwate, because we mentioned that the forest coverage in Japan is 70%, and in Iwate, the forest coverage is 80%, and a lot of them are pine trees. Pine trees, because of global warming, there are pine weevils, and Pacific brings in cold wind, and it protects the pine weevils, which is why we have protect the trees from the weevils, which is why we have really good pine materials. And Iwate University has a affiliated kindergarten, and we made some toys with pine. We want these toys to enrich their imagination, and we did a lot of experiments. I'm sure a lot of you know during COVID, we have a lot of affiliated kindergarten in Iwate University used to use our toys. But during COVID, the government stipulated that all of these toys needs to be sterilized, and it's very difficult to sterilize them because a lot of the parts have very sharp edges and joints or some circular holes, and a lot of little boys, they would assemble them, and it's very hard to sterilize them. So during COVID, the teachers said we had to sterilize them and sterilize the inside of them, even the angles, and it's very difficult. So the teachers discussed with us to see if we can turn them into shapes that can be easily sterilized. So we did a lot of reinvention during COVID. So you can see we use these eye trackers and video records to see where they are, what they see when they use it, and what they focus on when they sterilize them. After COVID, finally, we reimagined how the joints can be scanned and be 3D visualized and preserved digitally. And in addition to wood, we can also make them with plastic. But in fact, when we actually tried it, when we turned these 3D products into wood, when it's dry, because wood is a living material, when we produce them, when it's dried, it will shrink. When it's humid, it will enlarge. So it's very difficult to combine them. So we realized that the wisdom of craftsmen is very important. It's not something you can do with 3D printer. 3D printer is very easy to use. You can print a lot of things, but you can't actually use wood to recreate our design. It used to be very difficult for us to discuss with these students how digitization can make things easier. But using the joints, we can tell them when you actually touch and handle the joints with your hand, you know that the wood is a living material. If you don't understand the technology or the skills itself, you can't really produce the products. So for example, we use the joint skills to produce furniture, and it's a part of craft as well. Whether you want to assemble a table, a chair, you can purchase them on Amazon and assemble them yourself very easily yourself. So this is a project that I am chairing at our school as well. In our research and lab, we work with Mongolians to look at the Mongolian gur, and we use VR technology to simulate how the Mongolian gur can be designed and assembled, or we can even simulate the process of assembling. And we talked about earlier, previous speaker talked about Indonesia. So we know when we are handling wood products, you will use wood. And in order not to deplete the forestry resources, we need to plant more forests. So I am allergic to pollen, and we know that pollen comes from pine trees. And when we are planting trees during COVID, we noticed in Japan, that Japanese people like to camp alone because you need to be socially isolated. So when you camp alone, you are completely within regulation. A lot of people like to camp alone, and people go into the mountains and camp alone. And through social media, they share their videos and images of camping alone. And when people watch these videos, people like to go into the forests and hear the sound of the forest and realize how valuable the natural environment is. Once you have a community like this, even though a lot of people don't know the existence of such community, but it does impact design. We know whether or not afforestation is very important, because once you chop a tree, you have to wait a long time for it to grow into another tree and to make it into another product. So we think about the entire life cycle. Earlier on, we talked about using AI and 3D printer for design. A lot of people use AI for marketing analysis. For example, in a lot of design teams, the package design are designed by AI, and we use AI to analyze what kind of products are going to be bestsellers. So I began to think maybe AI can be applied to crafts as well. We have more and more female joining us in the craftsmanship. There's about 30% of them. Of course, compared to 100 years ago, most of the craftsmen are male. So in university, there are more and more female teachers. In the past, it's mostly male teachers. So I began to think about, because I talked about Back to the Future as a film, and I thought about in the past, if there were other types, what will our future be like if there were changes to the past? So I gave a prompt to AI and to assume if the past had a lot of female designers, what would be changed? For example, we have the 5-storied pagoda, the Tokyo Tower, and Skytree. These are what we see right now as history is right now. But if we had a lot of female designers in the past, what would the five-story pagoda look like now? So we asked AI to generate these different images. For example, the Tokyo Tower would change, or for example, today the female designed the Tokyo Tower, then it would look like the middle. The reason I simulated this was because, for example, if Italian designer designed the Sky Tower or the Tokyo Tower, what would have changed? So I wanted to simulate different gender and different nationality designers. It's not just architectures, even furnitures. I gave different prompts with different conditions to AI. So these are not real creations. It's just people giving new prompts to AI for it to generate different guesses. So for example, during the Taisho period, if a chest was made by a Japanese female crafter, then it would have designed something that looked like this. So these are just conditions that I set for AI for it to generate possible predictions for the future. So I'm not saying that this is something we can do to ask AI to design for us. AI is machine learning and machine thinking, so it assists us. But we can also ask it to go back into the past and assume if the past were changed, how the future would change. This is something we cannot do, but AI can do for us to simulate and generate what future would have been like if the future were different. And I think this is how we can combine our work with AI. I would also like to discuss imagination. How creative can human beings be, and how creative AI can be? What can only be achieved by human, what can only be achieved by AI. And I think here, AI cannot be done without. So I talked about mobile phone in the beginning. We didn't know that there would be a mobile phone now. So for example, I'm using PowerPoint to share the content with you. If I don't use PowerPoint and we use mobile phone to talk to you, for example, use Line, it would be very different. A lot of students, they think it's easier to concentrate because people are very used to using these tools, but that's not my value. It's the value that the students are used to. So I subconsciously fight it, just like people facing AI right now. And in the future, when we see AI in the future, it could outperform us by 200, 300 times the way they are now, whether it's designers or craftsmen. How do we use AI as a tool we can use? What can we learn to use these tools?
Therefore, while we are inheriting these legacies, what are the main considerations we should have? That's what I would like to share with you.
Translation earphones, okay? So now it's a session of the Q&A. So we'd like to welcome our speakers to come back to the stage again and join the Q&A session. 好，接下来呢，我们要进行 Q&A 的时间，所以
Moving on, we are going to start our QA session. I would like to invite our audience members to think about the questions you might have for our speakers. We are going to invite our moderator, Mr. Liang, and also our two speakers, Ms. So and also Alvin, and also Tanaka-san to join us on the stage. Please, with a round of applause, join me to welcome our speakers and also moderator back onto the stage. It is the same. Please remember to use the microphone in front of you and just need to turn on your microphone so then you can raise your question to our speakers.
好，那这边呢，我们先问一下现场有。
We would like to first check with our audience members on site. If you have any question, please feel free to raise your hand. This is the last session. For those of you who have questions, feel free to raise your hand. We should make the most of the last Q&A session.
那如果现场大家还要一点时间消化吸收的话，还是我们。
It seems our audience members still need some time to consider and also digest what was just shared by our speakers. Maybe we can first ask Mr. Liang to wrap up or give your own feedback. Indeed, for the three speakers, by going over the presentations they have made, we at first had a presentation made by Ms. Saul from KCDF, and also in a very strategic way, they promote Korean craft art. And Alvin actually give us a perspective that depart from furnitures and give us a comprehensive picture of how people, place, and culture work together. And Tanaka-san actually give us a glimpse into AI's function and roles in the craft art landscape, and how do we coexist and create joint benefits with AI and craft art. I think these are the topics that continue to be debated in academic circle. Now, I would like to give the floor to our audience members. I see a lot of young faces. We have a lot of young students here. Maybe this is the time for you to raise your question to our three speakers. I have a question for Alvin. During your presentation, you mentioned that only 1 out of 120 art craft person would like to continue to make craft work as a way of living. For the young generation, a traditional craft trade, if it continue to fade out or disappearing, is because of the industrialization. Industrialization is a trend decided by the previous generation, and the future or the following generation had only to accept the fact that the traditional craft art is no longer in trend. So I think in terms of design, Alvin, how do you help the young people to really feel or connect with this kind of discarded memories or crafts by our previous generation? How do we reconnect with that?
Okay, there was a delay in translation, so thank you for the question. I think this is a very big problem that we are facing because the value of craft is often extracted within the process, not as an end product. I think what a lot of people often mistake, I think, by promoting craft or maybe selling the value of craft is by showcasing the products or, just selling the products or putting a higher price, etc., etc. But actually, a lot of the other values actually comes from within understanding the relationship between where the material comes from, the rituals that we act, and at the same time the feeling and the emotion within the person, because you feel something. And I think that is something that is very difficult to decipher. I think industrialization have a system on how to quantify everything. So mathematical, physics, chemistry, etc., everything can be quantified, including economics. And somehow, I haven't learned this yet, but somehow success, happiness is equal to a certain number, value, possession, etc., etc. Now, but I think humanity, the value of humanity actually is much more complex than that. There's belief, there's a sense of belonging, identity, something that is very abstract and cannot be quantified. And until somebody, or I think there's a lot of professors here which are very smarter than me, maybe we can also learn on how to decipher those values so that can also be systemized. Maybe. because only through systems we can actually teach or reteach in a more systematic way. So I think that's one of the that's one of the biggest challenges. The other part is that, for instance, our government, we lack a sense of imagination. Imagination meaning what sort of possibilities in the future that we can actually have. A lot of people, we have a very short-term vision. You know, with the way we act really depends on the external stimuli that we experience. And often, because of the pace of we live is very fast, it makes us look even more shorter term. So I think this also what makes us, as a collective or as a community, is very reactive towards what's really happening. Economic crisis, everyone's panicked. You know, yeah, again, economic crisis or unstable of global situation makes people becoming very nostalgic. Everything is very reactive, but we often need like a very like a stronger, longer term vision, and something that has a good, strong sense of imagination, so we can actually have, so we can actually prepare a longer path. So I think there's still a lot of things that we need to understand, because now at least we I think as this community understand that there's a lot of wisdom and there's a lot of value from craft, but I think we still need to discover or learn on how to extract those values so we can actually teach them more effectively to other people.
好，谢谢 Alvin。那现场好，这边有人举手。
你好，想请教田中教授哦，你看我们要发展永续的工艺设计跟人工智慧永续共存哦，那我们如何创造一个 co-design 的
？How do we create a co-design space? It's a physical space and also a mathematical time. And in this co-design space, we can have human wisdom and also AI, artificial intelligence, and all the talents. For example, we can have 3 generations of talents under one roof. We can have people who can actually think in a strategic and high-level way, and someone who straddles in different fields, and someone who is very talented in certain area. And how can we build an environment like this?
You have to press the button.
Can I? Okay.
Yeah, yeah.
質問ありがとうございます。非常に大切な。
This is a very important question. We know that a virtual space we have a lot of virtual spaces available which enables collaboration. For example, we have a crowdfunding space or platform to allow you to find funding for your projects. And in craft field, we hope more and more young people would take part and join our journey. Take different field, for example, engineers or software designers or program designers. If they want to take part in craft work, I believe that is going to foster different development. I work at a university of arts, but sometimes I feel I work alone. Like I said before, I come from a industrial design background, and now I dedicate myself to craft design world, and it's more like a art realm, and it is very important to work with people from different backgrounds. And we also need to be not afraid of failures. We need to be able to tolerate errors. We need to be able to have a wide error margin. Thank you, Tanaka-san. Any other question from the floor? Maybe we can ask the audience, the one in the front row. Hello, everyone. I would like to raise my question to Alvin. I know that you are very committed in conveying that meaning of craft work and also convey that relationship between people, place, and culture. And you have a work before, it's called Branches, which impressed me a lot. And then it is a work that sort of looks like a furniture, like a sofa. And you mentioned before, after you design the work, that you are not going to produce the second one, but you also mentioned that some of the art craft work should be able to be understood. The stories of the work should be shared and circulated in a wider circle. For example, such a fantastic work use a wide variety of rattan, and for such a fantastic work, it's placed after it's finished in a special place. In addition to rich collectors having access to these kind of fantastic work, for an ordinary person, how do we really find access to craft works and also the designers of these good, fantastic craft works? And also for a visitor, when we appreciate the work, are we allowed to touch it? And how do we leverage such fantastic craft works to allow more people to understand the connections and meanings of people, place, and culture through the artifact? So is there any other way to do that? Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you for the question. Of course, you can touch them. It doesn't bite. I think there's still a lot of craft available in Indonesia, or even I think in Taiwan or in Japan, in many countries. So I think we should really appreciate now, or maybe we should acquire it now, because we know with time that it's going to vanish. I think like possibly like the question before, I think it is a big challenge on how we can actually translate those values and communicate it to the public. The gallery that we design is, we see it as a prototype on possibly the future of retail, because we also believe that the future of retail is not about transaction, but it's more about learning and education and gaining new knowledge. Because I think value is understood, value is formulated by understanding new things rather than just looking at a product from a material perspective. I'm not sure whether the things that I have done is correct. So it's a continuous experimentation, but we work quite continuously on trying to experiment how we can actually communicate all those value. Is it through visual? Is it through storytelling? Is it through in-person connection? Is it through videos? Is it through text? You know, everything is really important, because the way people perceive value is not just through one sense as well. We see, we hear, we feel, we touch, we smell, and that is what makes us understand something. So this is something that we continuously try and explore. And because we have our own space, so we use that space as a prototype, as a living prototype to experiment. So I don't know if I can give you that a proper answer, because I'm also still trying to discover it in a way. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. 好，那由于时间的关系哦，等一下后面举手的那位再麻烦等一下会后做交流，不好意思哦。OK， 那紧接下来呢，因为我们今天的活动哦，Q&A 的时间也结束了，所以今天我们先掌声谢谢我们台上4位嘉宾，谢谢。Thank our moderator and our speakers. Thank you very much. Please go back to your seats. 好，那随着我们的议程告一段落，这里我们要做个最后的小小的结语。那也再次感谢大家的莅临，这样子，我们要邀请到国立台湾工艺研究发展中心主任陈殿礼陈主任来帮我们做在场听众的一个总结，这样子，帮我们热烈掌声欢迎陈主任。
我在这边呢，还是要先感谢今天所有在场现场跟线上的所有公益界的好朋友因为大家的这个坚持到现在我们这个现场还有非常多人从早上一直到现在，我们都还坚持住。我想这个就是公益精神的展现了那再一次的谢谢大家。那最后，我想今天透过这样的一个国际公益论坛，来自不同国家来做分享。我想就是把每一个在地的幸福跟美好，把它漫播出去。然后今天在这个地方有更多的活水回来。那我想我最后，因为今天听了那么多场的这些好的精湛的演讲，我比较抱歉，就是中间因为我去处理了一些公务所以可能有几场这个论坛的部分我没有听到。但是呢，我想我最后呢就用3张投影片来跟大家做分享了因为要做最后的这个结论，我想了很久要怎么样最精简的方式来跟大家做分享那我就用我自己在我们公益中心这边一直不断在做的一件事情，就是怎么样把透过活动互动感动。今天如果大家都感动，我们就会一起行动。未来我们就可以一起来持续的动下去，就是我们的运动，让公益成为生活的信仰的时候，公益运动就形成了那接下来我想
a belief of our life, it will form a movement. So with what everybody has shared with us today, I think the most important thing is to define what is crafts. How do we define it? Because once we have a defined definition, we will be able to define our pricing. So from definition to pricing, from definition to position to pricing. So there are 3 stages, and with the 3D and 5, the 3 stages, and I use this to share with everyone because this is a spectrum of craft that we have at our institute. So basically, I think this is what Taiwan craft world want to share with our friends around the world. We want to disseminate our craft know-how and to be inspired by our friends. So we define what is craft as what our final speaker said, Professor Tanaka talked about. We move from craft to industrial design because I used to teach industrial design, and now I am at the craft research and development. And we are trying to form a national policy. We need to think about how to define craft, and comprising everything that has been shared today. I think this is a very good conclusion. And because we have translation, because this is an ongoing progress right now. This is the spectrum of crafts. And basically, where craft is talking about differentiation and standardization, we have industrialization, which is mass production, and standardization. But when we talk about crafts, it's singular and it's differentiated. When you talk about art projects, art pieces, it's just one piece, one-off piece. And craft work falls between standardized and differentiated products. So if we don't industrialize it, it's very hard for general people to have access to it. We are filled with industrial projects because it's mass-produced and it's affordable and it's accessible to everyone. So if you move toward here, you are going into mass production. For example, mobile phones that we use right now, these are standardized and mass-produced. If anything is different, it's eliminated. And if you go here towards the right, it's art pieces, it's differentiated, it's singularized. So we need when we have similarity more than differentiation, then we need to mass produce it to an appropriate amount. It needs to be appropriate in all terms, appropriately timed, appropriate for the people, and appropriate for the quantity, and suitable. And when we have differentiation more than standardization, it moves towards artwork. So I think this is a very good and concise summary, and we hope we welcome feedback and comments to this spectrum, because we need to be able to differentiate. We need to be able to define what craft works are, because if we move towards artwork, it's going to be more expensive. If we move towards industrialized products, it's going to be more achievable, affordable, and each craftsperson can decide its own position. If you can find your position, you can find your pricing. And I think this is what we are welcoming feedback on. I think this is a spectrum of craftsmanship that we have come up with, and we think it's applicable to every country, and applicable to different regions, applicable to different people and things. I think this is something that we can all think about. So we start from the NTCRI, and maybe we can think about a sampling, and then to produce artwork, craftwork, and industrial products, and we can sell it as a brand and as a commodity. So we move from artwork to craftwork to industrial work. Whatever you do, you need to have an idea, you need to think about it, and then you need to produce it, and you need to be able to sell it. If you can't sell it, then it's just things in stock. And if you can continue to sell it, gradually you will build up a brand. So from ideation to production to selling, artwork, craftwork, industrial products, they can all become a brand. And finally, we come back to the core principles of SLOHAS. How do we simplify things? And this simplifies, it needs to be good for everyone. It can be sustainable. But we want to build different lifestyles, and it needs to be original, it needs to be healthy, and it needs to be filled with aesthetics. And ultimately, it ends with SLOHAS, because when we talk about simplicity, it's not simple at all, because what we're saying is less is more, and that is simplicity in essence. So this is what the Western world is about. Less is more. I would like to again thank everybody for being here today, and thank everybody for being here on site and online to really care about, show your concern about crafts, not only for Taiwan, but for the world. How can we find the price and the assessment and the value for our craftwork? If we are able to do that, we will be able to really live crafts and make crafts as a living and sustain it. Finally, I would like to borrow your 2 hands. I would like to thank everybody for being here today. And for you to be here, there are a lot of people working behind the scenes. We have a lot of staff working very hard, and also a round of applause for everybody, a round of applause for people who are here. We are always here striving for the survival of crafts. So a round of applause for everyone. And we would like to thank everybody at the Institute, all of our colleagues. Director Chen, please stay on stage. We would like to invite all of our speakers.
To invite all the moderators and our speakers to come up to the stage to take a group photo. 那等一下呢，我们其他与会的贵宾，我们也会开放一点点时间，让大家想要跟我们的引言人、讲者来合照的话，稍后也可以上台哈。那我们先让引言人跟讲者先上台合张影。对对对，我们最后会邀请大家一起上来。那我们先让引言人跟讲者先拍哈。Everyone, please come closer. 好，大家靠近一点。Come closer, everyone. Gather in the middle. Thank you. Everyone, one step to your left. 左手边一小。OK. 好，那我们要先拍的，帮我举个手好吗？好，那我们就一起看中间好了。Let's look in the middle. 用手举牌吗？要拿手举牌吗？不用。OK， 好。那接下来我们邀请大家一起来大合照。好吗？我们想要跟今天贵宾一起合照的，请上台。Our distinguished guests, please remain on the stage. We'd like to ask our audience to come up to the stage and take a group photo together. 来，我们欢迎大家，想要合影的都可以把握这个难得的机会哦。今天参与我们活动一整天，也希望大家留下这一张宝贵的照片，还有一些难忘的回忆。好，我们邀请全场贵宾一起上台合影。哦，没问题。好，那如果有已经要离开的贵宾要去前往晚宴的话，我们提醒大家哦，待会是在福华国际文教会馆，就是我们这个场地，但是呢，我们是要在田园餐厅。那到时候呢，我们